Raiders had more passes defensed in a game this season. But I've gone back and studied the game tape and actually came up with 3 more passes broken up by the Steelers, though they actually won't count in the official game stats. And that's because it was the Steelers actually breaking up Steelers passes. The first came on the very first play of the game when tight end Jonnu Smith dropped an easy pass from Aaron Rodgers and set the tone for a miserable start to the offense. The second was by tight end Darnell Washington, who wasn't ready for a Rodgers pass to goal line on 4th down and had the ball doink off his massive body. And the third was courtesy of wide receiver DK Metcalf, who seems to have one drop every game and maintained his average when he dropped a 2nd down pass on the ensuing series. 3 series, 3 passes dropped. But while lamented, none of those bothered Mike Tomlin more than when Roman Wilson tried to jump over a defender and promptly fumbled, leading to a Colts touchdown late in the 4th quarter. Tomlin referred to the play, not Wilson per se, as boneheaded, a word he didn't even use when Caleb Johnson failed to cover a kickoff in the end zone earlier in the season. That's a serious accusatory word, one usually reserved for what Plexico Burress did when he spiked a live ball against the Jaguars his rookie season. At least Tomlin didn't say blockhead, knucklehead, lunkhead, or numbskull. Synonyms you can find in the dictionary for boneheaded. Mike, the Steelers are second in the league with 51 passes defensed, trailing only the Denver Broncos, who have 61. That is a sign their secondary is aggressive, something of which they are not often accused. But they also rank 16th in the league with 11 passes dropped. So using my hypothetical algorithm, the Steelers have batted away 62 footballs in 9 games. What's that mean? I'm not sure, but as long as there are no more boneheaded plays.
Jerry Dulack's unique look in words and numbers. We've got a lot more to bring you tonight, so keep it here with Jerry. I'm Mike Pursuta. This is Countdown to Kickoff on the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
The only station where you get Randy Baumann mornings and Steelers football is 102.5 WDVE Pittsburgh.
Hey Pittsburgh, this is Will Howard with the Pittsburgh Steelers. I know what teamwork and a winning tradition are all about, and so does the team at Calusi Chevrolet. Having been in business for over 107 years, they know what it takes to keep customers coming back year after year. Things like great pricing, great selection, and great service after the sale. So take it from me, Will Howard. There's never been a better time to buy or better dealer to buy from. Calusi Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hey, bro. Weirdest thing is happening at the game. This guy sitting next to me says, "You're our good luck charm. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. Now his entire family wants to buy me Bud Lights. I think I'm some kind of a football prophet. Talk soon. The team needs me."
Anything for Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Yo, it's Mark Madden. If you're shopping for a new TV or appliance, Voss TV and Appliance is the only store for you. Voss is a locally owned family business with the buying power of a big box store. Visit my guys Rick or Matt at Voss TV and Appliance and get up to a $3,000 mail-in rebate on Cafe brand appliances. Voss TV and Appliance, serving Pittsburgh more than 6 decades with the lowest prices in town, guaranteed. Visit Voss TV and Appliance at VossTV.com or call 412-650-VOSS.
Hi, Western Pennsylvania. This is Edgar Snyder. I want to thank you for over 40 years of trusting my law firm. During those years, we've helped thousands of people just like you, our neighbors. We're here for you. We're here for our community. We're here for our region. If you've been seriously hurt in an accident, you need to talk to a lawyer, even if it's not us. If you do call us, know that you'll have the firm with over 40 years of experience fighting to get the money you deserve. And of course, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Hi, this is Bill Hillgrove. Life moves fast, but planning ahead doesn't have to be complicated.
Exactly, Bill. That's why NSS Life offers affordable life insurance and reliable annuities you can count on.
It's the peace of mind you've been looking for.
Because you're not just planning for tomorrow, you're building a future that lasts a lifetime.
NSS Life. Secure today, confident tomorrow.
NSS Life, where family matters. Where the average Joe can buy like a pro. CGR Wholesale.
Tackle any project when you buy from CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply Center. They'll put together a game plan that's a winner every time you need materials for your project. And their new showroom is now open. Stop in to check it out and see everything you need in person. Provia Siding, Owens Corning Shingles, Trex and TimberTech Decking, and much more. They'll help you get to the red zone of your project every time. Check them out online at cgrwholesaleroofing.com.
At West Shore Home, they make it easy to knock out that home remodeling project while saving big. If you're in need of an upgrade to your bathroom, need new windows, an entry door, or even new flooring in your home, our teams of highly trained employee installers have you covered. Just call 888-4West Shore to get started. Those are the numbers 8884-WESTSHORE to get started. We can have someone out as early as tomorrow to show you your options and lock in your limited time savings. West Shore Home, remodeling, reimagined.
This is Max Starks. On the field, my job was all about protection. Keeping Big Ben upright, blocking the rush, securing the win. At home, I trust Pella Windows of Pittsburgh for that same level of protection and quality. Pella Windows are built tough. Like Pittsburgh, they're energy efficient and they look great too. So when it's time to replace your windows, go with the team that knows how to protect. Call Pella Pittsburgh at 412-219-2291 or visit PellaPittsburgh.com and tell them Max sent you.
The Pittsburgh Steelers play here on DVE.
Welcome back to Countdown to Kickoff, brought to you by your neighborhood Ford store. The F-150 is the official truck of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Mike Pursuta and Jerry Dulac getting ready for the Steelers and the Chargers tonight from Los Angeles. Time now to welcome sideline reporter Missy Matthews to the show and get Missy's view from the sideline. Missy, I've been wondering in the days leading up to this game if this might be another one of those Steelers fans takeovers at a road venue. We've seen those with pretty good regularity over the years, particularly when they're on the West Coast. I know the teams that are called home teams in L.A. don't necessarily always have home field advantage. Could this possibly be a night where the Chargers have to go to the silent count?
So since it's radio, we can use our ears and hear how loud it was when some of the Steelers specialists were coming out here on the field. And then when Justin Herbert and company came outside, I'm going to let you try to hear it right now.
Like now. They're booing for the Charger players.
That's right. The Chargers are getting booed in their own house. But let me tell you what, TJ Watt came out here probably like an hour ago just to stretch, warm up. As soon as he stepped foot on this field, I heard people screaming and quickly realized why. It's crazy because the stands are not completely full, but yet these Steelers fans are loud and proud. I'm assuming that some of it might be some a little bit higher, but there's a lot of people down at the lower bowl as well, and Chargers are still getting booed right now.
It's amazing.
It's not even like, a little bit, like it's a very distinct boo. So very interesting how this night will go, especially if the Steelers can get things going their way and continuing the momentum. But if not, I'm sure Steelers fans will help them get back into the right mindset, perhaps.
It's one of those games or one of those weekends where you see the Steeler jerseys all around, this part of town. I'm sure, and I don't know where everybody else is staying. And I know they had a little promotional event out at Huntington Beach yesterday, and I'm sure that was packed with Steeler people as well. But that's the precursor to what we thought we would see today, and there's no question. You mentioned the stadium, lucky if it's maybe it's half full. but there's no doubt. I'm just curious to see what final percentage it will be of Steeler fans.
Yeah, and I guess, we're still, it's a little under an hour, like 50 more minutes until kick, so they still have time, but just going from the field and the locker rooms up to the radio booth and back down and, stopping on various levels. I think you guys are up on the 7th floor.
Correct.
And just looking out, there's still people everywhere inside, so maybe it's just a matter of not coming out yet to the field. But yeah, it's never a bad thing when you're on the road, especially when you're on the opposite coast and, you're ready to go.
Missy, we heard a lot in this past week, really starting with Aaron Rodgers right after the Colts game, about the emotional value of Jalen Ramsey's address to the team. We subsequently heard that Jonnu Smith had some interesting things to say. They also had the Super Bowl 40 team back at Acrisure Stadium for that Colts game. Nobody wants to look bad in front of those guys. Any chance they brought all those guys out to the coast?
Well, there is actually a Super Bowl champion in attendance who was not there last week, and that would be Troy Polamalu. He was by the team hotel this morning, saw him before we got on the buses to come over here. He said his boys were going to come as well. They're like taller than me now, which doesn't seem possible. Very nice young gentleman, though, as you would expect. And, yep, here comes TJ Watt in the defense.
Yeah, there comes the rest of them. Mike, you can't even see the towels, but you can imagine because you've seen them before.
This is going to be one of the games, guys, where I have to wear both of the IFBs in my ear to be able to hear Rob and Max, because when I try to leave one out, it's not good. So I might be turning up the volume just a little bit.
And Miss, I said this to Mike earlier. Of course, he has been here. I don't think Labs has ever been here, though. You just can't help but be awed by this venue, especially even when you're down on the field and you look up at that scoreboard that rings the entire field. I mean, it really is a spectacular place.
Oh, yeah, it's incredible. From the radio booth, you see the outside of that scoreboard that goes around the ring, but down here on the field, I can see the inside.
Right, I know.
Which is just as nice. I remember the Rams game and the stats that they had, and everything is just very state-of-the-art, as you can imagine. It does freak me out a little bit, though, when you get here and you start going down. Like you're at the top of a parking garage and you go all the way down to get out. That's what we did to get to the Steelers locker room. So feels a little weird, but I can still see the outside through just, the sides of the stadium, and that makes me happy.
Yeah, that's what's cool.
Missy, you know what they say. If it's too damn loud, you're too damn old. Have a great walk on the sideline tonight and have a great call.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks, Missy.
That was Missy Matthews and her view from the sideline. Now it's time for Scout's Honor with Matt Williamson of Steelers Nation Radio. Matt's brought to us by RE/MAX Select Realty. Visit RE/MAXSelectPittsburgh.com. Matt, when it comes to bookend first-round tackles, the Steelers have Broderick Jones and Troy Fautanu. I don't want to imagine what a game would look like without both of those guys. How big of a mess are the Chargers in tonight without their two number ones?
I can't even put it into words. I think it's a utter mess. Now, they're a smart organization with a good coaching staff. They know this too, and they're going to game plan accordingly, and they're going to do everything possible to help this weakness. But as it stands today, I think it's easily the weakest line in the league. I mean, those are cornerstone players. In respect to Broderick and Troy, Slater and Alt are better and more accomplished. And at least the Slater situation happened in the offseason. They had some time to plan for it. They moved Alt from right to left, and he was awesome. But now without him, they really have replacement-level guys out there. And I'm sure people probably won't look much into it because he's not a great player either, but their starting right tackle last week was Hart, and he's inactive for this week too. So at best, you're on tackle number 4 in a league that just does not have enough tackles to begin with. And Becton's a problem.
Matt, because Mike brought up the tackles, what are you seeing from those two? I mean, Troy Fautanu is the better infighter with his hands, but Broderick Jones, a little more athletic. Both of them seem to be very comfortable, and I don't want to jinx them, but very comfortable in their role.
Yeah, I think that's a great word for Jones in particular, because there's not a lot of times or spaces in his Steeler career where I would use the word comfortable for him. And now I would. And I think that's very good progress. I think the game's starting to slow down for him. He's starting to have a little bit better technique, understanding his body a little bit better in terms of the coordination and marrying his feet and hands and things like that. He still has a long way to go, but there's a lot of ability there. And I think everyone in the organization and us that analyze them trust him much more. I honestly think Fautanu in the next 2 years or so will be one of the best right tackles in the league and be a guy that goes to the Pro Bowl time and time again. I mean, I'm not sure if he's going to be Lane Johnson or Penei Sewell. I mean, they're the best guys out there right now. But I think he'll be a regular invitee to the Pro Bowl.
Matt, the Chargers are going to try to run the ball, but beyond their offensive line issues, they've got running back issues as well. Tell me what you know about Kamani Vidal and Jarrett Patterson, and how long do you think before Harbaugh senses the inevitable and starts to throw?
Yeah, and it could be throw, but I would think it would be a short, controlled passing game. Because as we've been talking about, protection is going to be really tough to get downfield. Now, they have two really interesting players in Fisk and Matlock that are these Ricard-like fullbacks, D-lineman turn fullback, hammerhead. I would think we see a lot of them, even in the run game or in protection. Patterson is really probably only on the team or a team because there's been 2 injuries ahead of him. He's fine, but he's a get-what-there type of runner. Vidal's a nice player, though. He's young. I think that they'll try to test him in protection because he's not a lot of experience, comes from a small school, Troy, but he's got a fair amount of ability. And when we talk about the Chargers' run game, though, I think we have to include Herbert because, I mean, he's leading all quarterbacks in rushing yards coming into today. And they're weaponizing him a little bit more as a runner. And a lot of his yards actually have come, when he's under pressure and has to scramble, though, too.
Matt, you look at the last 2 games, to your point, the job the Steelers have been able to do against Josh Jacobs and Jonathan Taylor, holding Jonathan Taylor's longest run was 9 yards, and Josh Jacobs, I don't think it was any longer than that. Obviously, a big step up, big improvement in their run defense when you're shutting down those 2 guys.
Massive. And I think anyone that got up early to watch the Colts realized Taylor's still pretty good, even though he had one bad game or one non-productive game, and that was against the Steelers. He's back in the mix as Offensive Player of the Year. So, yes, I think, I go back to the Bengals game, Jerry. I mean, what Chase in that passing game did to the Steelers is unacceptable, of course, Jamar Chase. But sometimes the best player on the field just does the best stuff. And I thought after that Bengals game, the real sin with the defense was Chase Brown gashing you, because that was a terrible run game, And I really think they took that personal, And I think that, everyone at the facility, you guys are there more than me, the head coach, the defensive coordinator, Cam Hayward, everybody will say, job number 1, stopping the run. And I think the same's true today, even though the Chargers have an elite quarterback and really good receiving weapons.
Matt, they do have a lot of really good receiving weapons, and it looks like they have maybe one more than they were convinced they had at the start of the season. A lot of good tight ends available in the draft last year, and Oronde Gadsden is one of them. 68 yards against Miami, $164 against Indy, 77 against Minnesota, 68 against Tennessee. And, by the way, the Steelers have had the occasional issue covering a tight end. What kind of impact might Gadsden have tonight?
He's been so good that he's putting really accomplished players like Keenan Allen on the bench. I mean, and it's not that Allen's playing poorly or any of those receivers. He's become the featured guy in a group of pass catchers that frankly kind of reminds me of Indy or Green Bay, where they're good across the board. There's no Jamar Chase or Justin Jefferson. They have 4 or 5 really, really good players. But he's come to the forefront. He's really good after the catch. He doesn't block anybody. I mean, his dad was a receiver. He plays like a receiver. He's probably 230 pounds. He's not going to be an inline player. but they get him moving after the catch. I mean, he's really, really difficult to defend. He's one of the most dynamic young tight ends in the league. But, we did see them do a pretty nice work against Warren, the Penn State kid, after Kraft gashed them 2 weeks ago.
Matt, great stuff as always. We'll look forward to doing it again before the Steelers-Bengals rematch.
Love it. Take care, guys.
Thanks, Matt.
That was Matt Williamson and Scouts Honor. Matt, of course, comes to us from Steelers Nation Radio. A lot more to get to before kickoff, so keep it here. You're listening to Countdown to Kickoff on the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
Ford F-Series, a name you'll remember. They're the best-selling trucks in America and the official truck of the Pittsburgh Steelers, capable of towing, hauling, and being the MVP of your game day tailgate. They're here to help you score big. Go to neighborhoodfordstore.com and enter for a chance to win an F-150. You might just become the talk of Steelers Nation. F-Series, the best-selling trucks in Pittsburgh.
I do pretty much everything on my phone. Shopping, socializing, even banking, which is why I love my Northwest Bank app. It features things like spending alerts to help keep my online purchases in check, security features to lock my debit card if it ever goes missing. Hey, it happens. And my favorite, early pay, which lets me get paid up to 2 days early. Yep, no more waiting till Friday to get paid for me.
For checking with all the digital tools you want, go to northwest.com. Member FDIC. Northwest Bank. For what's next.
Officer, can I get your perspective as a man of the law?
You know I'm a mall cop, right?
You see this Hyundai Santa Fe? I only paid for it.
Whoa.
Right? I'm not in trouble, am I?
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends December 1st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
What is life-changing medicine? Is it returning to the playing field or your favorite hiking path after an injury? Or running with your grandkids after a joint replacement? At UPMC, life-changing medicine is all those things. Through innovative research, rehabilitation, and advanced surgical procedures, our experts get you back to what you love doing. UPMC, changing healthcare, changing lives. Life-changing medicine.
The Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network proudly presents Steelers Football 2025. Brought to you in part by the Pennsylvania Lottery. Play PA Lottery online and get a first-time deposit match up to $1,000. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day. By Peoples, an essential utilities company. Peoples-gas.com. By Pepsi, the official soft drink sponsor of the Pittsburgh Steelers. By PNC, the official bank of the Pittsburgh Steelers. By Prescott Roofing, tackling Pittsburgh roofs since 1906. By S&T Bank, people forward banking. By Schneider Downs, discover the value of big thinking with a personal focus at schneiderdowns.com. By South Hills Kia, South Hills Kia has the ride at a price you'll love. By Steelers Pro Shop, get it direct from the team at the Steelers Pro Shop at shop.steelers.com. By UPMC, the official healthcare provider and health plan of the Pittsburgh Steelers. By Voss TV and Appliance, family owned for over 60 years and the lowest prices in town guaranteed. By Henny Jewelers, Pittsburgh's choice jewelry store for engagement rings, luxury jewelry, and watches. By Washington and Jefferson College, where you learn to adapt to any challenge and thrive in the ever-changing world. And by RE/MAX Select Realty. Visit RE/MAXSelectPittsburgh.com.
Welcome back to Countdown to Kickoff on the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network, brought to you by your neighborhood Ford store. The F-150 is the official truck of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Mike Pursuta and Jerry Dulac setting the table for Steelers and Chargers tonight at SoFi Stadium. Tonight's injury report is brought to you by Independence Health, expert care here. And Jerry, I know you're not a doctor, I'm not a doctor, but I'm a little nervous nonetheless regarding the status of Isaac Seumalo. I was a little surprised he was able to play against the Colts last Sunday, but exiting the game as he did early with that pec situation, it doesn't strike me as something that's probably going to get better by playing more the rest of the way. Is this something he's going to have to deal with, do we suspect, and will he be able to?
Well, Mike, if you recall, we saw him miss 3 games last year with a pec injury. I can't tell you it's the exact same injury, but it's the same type of injury. And I, like you, was surprised that he did try to play last week. The mere fact that he is not playing tonight means that he is worse today than he was last week at this time. And so, that's a little troubling. I don't know how long he'll be out. Well, if you go by last year, maybe it's only a game or two. Maybe it's only this one. But, I'm with you, though, Mike. It's a little concerning.
Of course, any Chargers fans that happen to be listening, they're probably thinking, what, one offensive line injury? That's all you got? One injury?
That's it.
Could be worse. Chargers are 3-point favorites. The total is 45 tonight. What do you got?
Yeah, Mike, I got it a little over. I think it's going to be a high-scoring game. We saw the Steelers had problems here with Justin Herbert a couple years ago. So I think it's going to be similar to that game. I don't think the Steelers are going to score 27 points. I like it over, but I like the Chargers 30-27.
I don't think the Chargers can win with this O-line. Of course, I said that about the Cleveland playoff game a couple years ago, but I'm a stubborn Serb. So I'm going to go with the Steelers winning the game, and I also like the over. I think the Steelers team is made to order for overs right about now. Defense is getting better, but they're still not quite the 85 Bears. That's going to do it for us. The Mike Tomlin Show is next. That is brought to you by your neighborhood Ford store. The F-150 is the official truck of the Pittsburgh Steelers. For Jerry Dulac, I'm Mike Pursuta. You're listening to Countdown to Kickoff on the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
It's Max Starks for my friends at Clearview Federal Credit Union. Clearview is here to help you reach your financial goals and support our community every step of the way. This season, they're giving back through Touchdowns for Hope, donating $500 to Light of Life Rescue Mission for every Pittsburgh touchdown. That's just one way Clearview shows up for those who need it most. Visit clearviewfcu.org/touchdown to learn more and open an account today. That's clearviewfcu.org/touchdown.
Tailgating without Pepsi? That'd be like watching the Steelers without a Here We Go chant.
Here we go!
Kielbasa is good, but kielbasa paired with a refreshing Pepsi Zero Sugar? Game changer. Tailgating deserves Pepsi.
NFL fans, when it's time to get Steelers tickets, you can tackle game day with total certainty with Ticketmaster. With 100% verified tickets available all season long, you can count on getting in with ease and spend time focusing on the good stuff. Even if you're headed to the game last minute, you can still score seats. Want to meet up inside the stadium with your crew? Transferring your tickets is an easy handoff. So get those touchdown celebrations ready and score your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Steelers. Tailgate like a pro with Giant Eagle. What you eat on game day is as important as what happens on the field. Whether you're watching from the stadium or from home, Giant Eagle has everything you need to get ready for kickoff. Get prepared foods in a flash. Grab enough snacks and drinks to feed an entire team. And stack your cart with fresh groceries like grill ready meat and seafood. Giant Eagle, official supermarket of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Shopping for a newer certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. South Hills Kia has operated in the South Hills area of Pittsburgh for over 40 years, selling and servicing cars. Family owned and operated, South Hills Kia brings both experience and the care necessary to find you the perfect car, SUV, or truck. Find a great selection of Kia vehicles, friendly and knowledgeable staff, and unique resources to help you. Find your next Kia today at southhillskia.net. Did you know over $10 million in financial debt is held by military veterans in southwestern Pennsylvania? Verizon and the Pittsburgh Steelers are teaming up to relieve local veteran debt through the Steelers Vet Relief Program. Every time the Steelers win this season, Verizon and the Steelers will forgive $100,000 worth of local veteran debt. To learn more about the impact of this initiative and to find out how veterans and military members can receive a special offer from Verizon, visit Steelers.com/veterans. Hey Steelers fans, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown score second instead. Bet on your favorite Steelers player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. BetMGM.com for T&Cs. 21 and older to wager. Pennsylvania and West Virginia only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Clementina is a specialty candle business that was born out of the desire for a unique, safe, clean-burning alternative to the mass-produced candles available in so many places today. All of Clementina candles are handmade out of organic soy wax and scented with fragrances that are phthalate-free to ensure that you are able to enjoy your candles without the worry of any unwanted side effects. Clementina candles are individually designed and made, making each one a unique experience. Visit ClementinaHandmade.com.
Tailgating without Pepsi? That'd be like watching the Steelers without a "Here we go" chant.
Here we go!
Kielbasa is good, but kielbasa paired with a refreshing Pepsi Zero Sugar? Game changer. Tailgating deserves Pepsi.
Your home for the Steelers. This is the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network. We now pause for station identification on the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
We'll talk about this game starting tomorrow with the DVE Morning Show. Then, all week, we get you ready for the next game on your radio home of the Steelers, WDVE, Pittsburgh.
The Mike Tomlin Show is brought to you by your neighborhood Ford store. The F-150 is the official truck of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Welcome to the Mike Tomlin Show, brought to you by your neighborhood Ford store. The F-150 is the official truck of the Pittsburgh Steelers. I'm Bob Labriola. Okay, Coach, last Sunday against a 7-1 Colts team that had the best running back in the league, spearheading an offense averaging over 30 points per game, your defense held that running back to 45 yards and a 3.2 average, which forced 50 pass attempts, which allowed you to get to your pressure packages, which led to 5 sacks, 3 interceptions, and 2 fumble recoveries. Is that the vision or expectation you had for this defense in terms of the way it needed to play?
It's certainly the mode of operation in terms of how you play defense or how we envision playing defense. You minimize the running game. You get people one-dimensional. You get them behind the chains. You're in more advantageous possession down circumstances. And the better advantageous possession down circumstances you're in, the higher probability is for defensive splash. That comes in the form of sacks, sack fumbles, interceptions. And so it's certainly the formula that we envision. But it's easier said than done, certainly.
When watching the video of that game, what specifically did you see that was happening to allow your defense to control Jonathan Taylor?
We did a nice job of constricting and containing. Guys were in their gaps, and we set good edges. We didn't play on a field that was 53 1/3 yards wide. You know, our edge people constricted the horizontal space. The linebackers played downhill and minimized vertical holes. And when you do that and you do that highly consistently, you got a chance to have a good day. And I think that was really the bones of the day. We set edges. You didn't see him bouncing any balls to the perimeter for gains. And then you didn't feel any vertical holes where he can go lateral to get vertical. And those are the two major components to playing really good run D.
Two individual defensive stats we always see are tackles for loss and passes defensed. When you're grading the video, what constitutes a tackle for loss and what constitutes a pass defensed?
You know, I don't define it. It's defined by the powers that be, National Football League, Elias, or whoever does officially our stats. But anything, I think, for less than 0, so a half a yard loss, anything of that nature is classified, and even 0 at times. You tackle a quarterback for a 0-yard gain is registered as a sack, for example. And then the pass defenses are, it's somewhat judgment. Sometimes they're pure breakups. Sometimes they're disruptions. You get to somebody's elbow. You dislodge them from catching the ball by getting to their elbow. And so anything where you're close enough to be a factor in terms of a ball being incomplete is characterized as a pass defense. Certainly that includes things that are much more than that, interceptions, etc. But by definition, as defined by the NFL, those are the two categories.
A few weeks ago, I asked you about what Aaron Rodgers had said unsolicited about Jalen Ramsey getting himself on the field for a Thursday night game and what he thought of him as a teammate and as a professional. Last week, Ramsey accepted a full-time move to safety, helped to get Kyle Duggar ready and able to play on a few days' notice, and then he spoke to the team the night before the game where Rodgers said, "It was meaningful to me on the offensive side." You knew what kind of player you were getting when the trade was made to bring Ramsey here, but did you know what you were getting in him as a leader and as a teammate?
I did. We do our due diligence and draft prep, and I remember vividly Kevin Colbert and I taking that trip to Tallahassee. We expressed frustration, to be quite honest with you, during the trip because we were so attracted to his intangible qualities as well as his talent. We certainly realized that we didn't have enough draft capital to put ourselves in that conversation, but we really appreciated all that we discovered about him nonetheless. The intangible things, the leadership, the relationship with the game. Being on campus in that pro day, you saw how his younger teammates felt about him, the charismatic leadership component of it. We're playing a dynamic player today in Derwin James. And Derwin James was his little brother in Tallahassee. Like wherever I saw Jalen go that day, Derwin James was on his hip. And so it just speaks to who he is, and that certainly hadn't changed. I've been able to follow him throughout his football journey in the league, and he's been held in that regard wherever he's been.
Both Rodgers and Ramsey came here with some questions about what kind of teammates they had been, but it seems they have been everything you could want in terms of positive leaders and teammates. How does that happen, that disparity between reputation and reality?
You know, narratives are just that, narratives. Oftentimes they are created by those outside of our collective speculating on what is real. And so, you know, if you're in this business, man, you just realize how inaccurate some of that stuff can be, to be quite honest with you. As a citizen, it makes me question some of the other news that goes on because a lot of it in our business, as they say, is fake news.
A final word from Coach Tomlin in a moment as we count down to kickoff, brought to you by your neighborhood Ford store. The F-150 is the official truck of the Pittsburgh Steelers on the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
Steelers fans, your team is a powerhouse. Are you ready for another great game here in the Steel City?
Absolutely. And let's take a minute to talk about the other powerhouse in town, been the best for 48 years straight. Got the grit and strength to take on anything. It's an MVP here in Pittsburgh.
Ford F-Series.
Best-selling trucks in Pittsburgh and in America. Now, how about that young duo on offense?
That's the next powerhouse on our radar.
F-150, the official truck of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
In Pittsburgh, toughness isn't just on the field, it's in our DNA. At U.S. Steel, we've been making American-made steel for nearly 125 years. Strong, resilient, and built to perform under pressure. From stadiums and skyscrapers to the cars and appliances you count on every day, our steel powers progress. Proudly forged in the heart of steel country, U.S. Steel is built for what's next because in Pittsburgh, we know what it takes to win. U.S. Steel, American-made, Pittsburgh proud.
Steeler STEM, powered by FedEx, Shell Polymers, U.S. Steel, and Wabtec, empowers students to explore the fields of science, technology, engineering, and math through engaging hands-on experiences. Since 2019, we've impacted over 24,000 students across Western Pennsylvania. To learn more about our STEM program, visit Steelers.com/STEM. Steelers STEM, forging Pittsburgh's future leaders.
We see you. Your calendar's color-coded. Your outfit for tomorrow is already laid out. You have everything in Tupperware labeled in your fridge. You buy in bulk. You meal prep. You know what you're doing in 2027. You're a planner. And we're here to say you don't have to do it all. S&T Bank makes banking easy. From our friendly team to our online and mobile solutions, we do more so you can do less. Stop by your local branch. Visit stbank.com or call 800-325-2265. S&T Bank. Member FDIC.
Tractor trailers are some of the most dangerous vehicles on the road. There are federal rules for load sizes, driver's hours, and maintenance for a reason. When big rigs don't follow these rules, entire families can be torn apart. We have the talent and the resources to take on these large companies. Hopefully, through our work, families are being helped and trucking companies are getting the message about safety.
Bordis & Bordis, proud partner of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Steelers football happens here. The Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network. The Mike Tomlin Show is brought to you by your neighborhood Ford store. The F-150 is the official truck of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Welcome back to the Mike Tomlin Show, brought to you by your neighborhood Ford store. The F-150 is the official truck of the Pittsburgh Steelers. During your Tuesday news conference, you referred to Roman Wilson's fumble as a, quote, boneheaded lack of ball security. Generally speaking, when it comes to those kinds of things, do you have a doghouse?
I certainly do. I don't necessarily know that I have any hard and fast black and white guidelines in terms of what constitutes or what puts someone in the doghouse. I just know when I'm there.
So how does a guy get back into your good graces once he's in the doghouse?
I don't know that he does, to be quite honest with you. I've been told long ago, man, once a player shows you who he is, believe him. And so if I'm at that point, I don't know that there is.
You have a long history coaching against Ravens coach John Harbaugh, and the Chargers are coached by his younger brother Jim. When it comes to style and what's important to them as coaches, are they more similar or different?
You know, I think they're probably different in a lot of ways, to be quite honest with you. Jim is a former quarterback, and I think he's more of a general risk taker, to be quite honest with you. I think his approach in all three phases is a little bit more wide open. John's a little bit more buttoned up, and I think that probably defines them as individuals as well. I hadn't thought about comparing them and contrasting them in general, but I'd say that's probably my general synopsis of it.
What are the characteristics of a Greg Roman running attack?
You know, big personnel groups, 2 tight ends, 2 running backs, 3 tight ends, 1 running back, 1 receiver, gap scheme running, downhill, and you couple that with quarterback mobility and the potential of design quarterback runs and keepers, I think is a real signature of his game.
Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert was the 6th overall pick of the 2020 NFL Draft. What do you remember about the pre-draft process as related to him that year?
I don't remember a lot, to be quite honest with you. I think it was the COVID draft, and we were working remotely. And so I didn't waste a lot of time interacting on the 6th overall pick based on where we were picking in that draft. It was a unique time. We left work one day expecting to be back at work the next day, and it was several months before we all saw each other again. And so it certainly was challenging. It altered our approach, and I'm sure everyone's approach in a lot of ways, and that's one of the ways that it altered mine. I'm probably a little bit less familiar with him than I am, say, the 6th overall pick in other drafts, and I think some of the challenges of COVID and the remote working was a component of it.
When you look at Herbert's height and weight, it's almost exactly the same as Josh Allen's. When it comes to mobility and how they use it, are they almost exactly the same there too?
No, I wouldn't describe them that way. And I'd probably hesitate to believe the listed weights. You know, Josh is a bigger man, and he certainly plays bigger. Down the field as a runner, he's combative. He leans into people. He runs over DBs routinely, and I don't think that that's reflective of Herbert's game. And I would imagine, although they're listed in a very similar way, I imagine if we stood both of those men side by side, there'd be a visible difference in terms of the thickness of the two.
In talking about the Chargers defense, you said Derwin James is just the straw that stirs the drink for them. What did you mean, and how does that drink stirring manifest itself on the field?
His position flexibility puts him in position to be impactful just about in all circumstances and personnel groups. He's a very good blitzer. He's a good tackler. He plays safety. He plays nickel. He plays dime linebacker in sub situations. And all of that is done so that regardless of how you play, you can't stop him from doing what he does, which is play downhill, play off the edges, blitz, tackle people sideline to sideline. They do an awesome job schematically of being multiple enough where that guy gets a chance to do what it is that he does just about on every snap, regardless of the circumstance or the offensive personnel group.
If I was one of your defensive backs this week, what would you be telling me about Keenan Allen?
That he is crafty. That, you know, he's one of those guys whose game isn't defined or predicated by speed. He has enough savvy, enough wiggle, enough know-how. He can lose you in a non-vertical way. And I think that's a special trait. I think oftentimes we spend a lot of time talking about the fast receivers, the guys that can run by people. Those of us that are in this business, man, we got a lot of respect for those that can beat you in a variety of ways and he certainly falls into that category. He's got a great feel for the game. He's got great routes. He's tough. He's got good and strong hands. He's just got a really complete game.
That's the Mike Tomlin Show, brought to you by your neighborhood Ford store. The F-150 is the official truck of the Pittsburgh Steelers. I'm Bob Labriola. Rob King, Max Starks, and Missy Matthews are next as we count down to kickoff. You're listening to the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
The Mike Tomlin Show was brought to you by your neighborhood Ford store. The F-150 is the official truck of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Mornings with Randy Baumann and the DVE Morning Show and Steelers football. This is WDVE Pittsburgh.
Does your annual screening mammogram feel like another errand? Independence Health System is helping to make your health care easy. Just drive to one of our 5 convenient locations and walk in for your mammogram. No appointment or script needed. Walk in Wednesdays at 5 convenient locations. Visit www.independence.health/mammo. Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Hi, I'm John Henning.
And I'm Dara Henny.
On behalf of all of us at Henny Jewelers, we invite you to become one of our cherished Henny couples.
Our friendly, no-pressure team can help you find or create the perfect engagement ring.
We personally handpick every diamond to give you the highest quality and the best value you'll find anywhere.
Complete with Henny's Hallmark customer service. We can't wait to welcome you to our newly renovated store on Walnut Street in Shadyside. For information and appointments, visit hennyjewelers.com or follow us on social.
Henny Jewelers, your jewelers for life.
This is Max Starks. On the field, my job was all about protection. Keeping Big Ben upright, blocking the rush, securing the win. At home, I trust Pella Windows of Pittsburgh for that same level of protection and quality. Pella Windows are built tough. Like Pittsburgh, they're energy efficient and they look great too. So when it's time to replace your windows, go with the team that knows how to protect. Call Pella Pittsburgh at 412-219-2291 or visit PellaPittsburgh.com and tell them Max sent you.
Hi, this is Bill Hillgrove. Life moves fast, but planning ahead doesn't have to be complicated.
Exactly, Bill. That's why NSS Life offers affordable life insurance and reliable annuities you can count on.
It's the peace of mind you've been looking for.
Because you're not just planning for tomorrow, you're building a future that lasts a lifetime.
NSS Life. Secure today, confident tomorrow.
NSS Life, where family matters.
For the last 48 years, Ford F-Series have been America's go-to trucks for moving mountains and also trailers, wood piles, and snowdrifts. Workdays and weekends, from the job site to the campsite. These trucks never stop working, just like you. That's what makes them America's best-selling trucks for 48 years. Ford F-150, official truck of the Pittsburgh Steelers and Pittsburgh's best-selling trucks.
You may have noticed a new internet company knocking at your door with claims like, "I'm not here to sell you anything," or "I wouldn't lie to you." The truth is, Armstrong has played an important role in your community for decades, and we're not going anywhere. That new internet provider will probably change their name, get bought out by another company, or fold completely. Armstrong, the internet you count on, the people you trust. Visit ArmstrongOneWire.com today, or anytime in the future.
Right now is the best time for you to sell your current home or buy your next one. Don't gamble with your largest asset. It's more important than ever to partner with the right real estate team. At RE/MAX Select Realty, their experienced full-time realtors will help remove the stresses of interest rates, multiple offers, and low inventory. Don't miss this limited opportunity to save on your next move. Call 724-933-6300 or visit RE/MAXSelectPittsburgh.com.
At West Shore Home, they make it easy to knock out that home remodeling project while saving big. If you're in need of an upgrade to your bathroom, need new windows, an entry door, or even new flooring in your home, our teams of highly trained employee installers have you covered. Just call 888-4West Shore to get started. Those are the numbers 8884-WESTSHORE to get started. We can have someone out as early as tomorrow to show you your options and lock in your limited time savings. West Shore Home, remodeling, reimagined.
This is Game Day with the Pittsburgh Steelers on DVE.
Welcome to Los Angeles, the entertainment capital of the world. Tonight, Hollywood moves aside as the NFL takes center stage at SoFi Stadium with a 5-3 and AFC North leading Steelers visiting the 6-3 Los Angeles Chargers. I'm Rob King, joined by Max Starks and Missy Matthews. You are listening to the Pittsburgh Steelers audio network. Countdown to kickoff is delivered by Little Caesars, official pizza of your Pittsburgh Steelers. Order online during the Pizza pregame and get it delivered or pick it up in store from the Pizza Portal Pickup. Pizza. Max, the Steelers harassed and bullied the NFL's top-ranked offense last week, sacking Daniel Jones 5 times, forcing 6 Colts turnovers in their 27-20 win over Indy. How can they follow that up against Justin Herbert and the Chargers tonight?
Bring the same intensity, bring the same fervor and fire. Listen, nobody changed on that defensive line. Nobody changed at the linebacking position. It's how you deploy these guys, and the secondary has a new look, and his name is Jalen Ramsey. So I think if they can stay similar to those principles, stop Kamani Vidal and company. Here's the twist, though. Justin Herbert can pass the ball. He has a lot of adept guys who can catch that ball, from Quentin Johnston, Gadsden, Keenan Allen, and company. So if you're going to stop one thing, you've got to be prepared for the counter punch. And I think this is going to be a great test at the next level for where this defense can go. It's not going to always be about interceptions and turnovers. It's going to be about bully ball. I'm going to look you eye to eye, and I've got to punch you in the mouth until you quit. And this is that type of game against Jim Harbaugh and his Los Angeles Chargers squad.
Well, as I ease away from Max Starks here in the broadcast booth, I will tell you, the Chargers the only team with 4 receivers with 400 or more receiving yards, and Herbert also leads all quarterbacks in the NFL in rushing yards. Now, Missy, last year, Herbert had the NFL's lowest interception rate. Aaron Rodgers is first all-time in that category. There's another first for these two quarterbacks tonight.
A first time they will be meeting, Rob, which seems kind of crazy, but the first time also Aaron Rodgers will be playing here inside SoFi Stadium. The last time that Aaron played the Chargers was 2019, of course, with Green Bay. Justin Herbert wasn't drafted until the following year in 2020. Now, Aaron Rodgers is 2-1 against the Chargers in his career, 7 passing touchdowns and no interceptions. The Chargers are one of 5 teams he has never thrown an interception against, and we're going to hopefully keep it that way tonight. Rob.
Missy, thank you very much. By the way, injuries along the offensive line, a big story. Isaac Seumalo will not start tonight for the Steelers. They've started all 5 offensive linemen in every game this series until tonight. And we mentioned the Chargers and the pass rush for the Steelers. Both their outstanding tackles are out. Rashawn Slater's been out all year. Their top backup, Bobby Hart, he's out of this game. So the Steelers' offense, they've been opportunistic, Max. They're just 28th in the league in yards per game, but they're 13th in points at 25.3 points per game. What do they need to do to be successful tonight?
Get back to basics. Start fast. Opening drive touchdowns and applying the pressure. You can't have those mid-game lulls that we've seen, whether it's been at the end of the second quarter or beginning of the third quarter. You need to be able to merge both of those things, and it starts with a fast start for this offense. I'm tired of seeing the 3-and-outs, the big plays. Get into some consistency. Get Aaron Rodgers comfortable. They're going to double DK Metcalf. We know that. So who's the supporting cast member that's going to step in as the number 2? Establish him early and get into a rhythm. I want to see that, and then start of the second half. You've got to come out and put points on the board. That's why we lost against Cincinnati. That's why we lost against who's the other team we just lost to? Green Bay.
Yeah, Cincinnati and Green Bay, right, back to back.
Green Bay. We came out, we had 16-7 lead, but we came out flat in the second half. So we've got to make sure that we're consistent across the boards to start games and start halves.
And the Chargers allow 4.9 yards per carry, so maybe that running game can get back to life after an off week last week against the Colts. It had been trending in the right direction for 4 games prior to that. This is Rob King. That concludes tonight's pregame show. Kickoff is next on the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
Mornings with Randy Baumann and the DVE Morning Show and Steelers football. This is WDVE Pittsburgh. Hey, construction pros, your team at Foundation Software is here. What's something you never want to be told? You're over budget. Get your projects back on track with Foundation Construction Accounting Software. For more than 40 years, contractors have chosen Foundation to improve job costing, reporting, payroll, and more with one complete platform. Don't let overruns ruin your bottom line. Visit FoundationSoft.com. That's FoundationSoft.com. FoundationSoft.com.
This year's senior class is back at homecoming, reunited and protected with mNEXSpike, the new COVID-19 vaccine from Moderna for adults 65 and older. That's because these seniors know they face the highest risk of severe COVID. mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA, is a COVID-19 vaccine for people 65 and older and for 12 to 64-year-olds at high risk for severe COVID. You shouldn't get mNEXSpike if you've had an allergic reaction to a previous Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. Rare cases of inflammation of the heart muscle and outer lining have been reported. Common side effects include pain at the injection site, tiredness, headache, muscle or joint pain, chills, nausea, vomiting, and underarm swelling or soreness. mNEXSpike may not protect everyone. This year's senior class came ready with a COVID-19 vaccine that helps them keep showing up. mNEXSpike from Moderna, here for the senior class. Visit mnexspike.com to schedule your vaccine today. That's mnexspike.com.
Chalk Talk, presented by Giant Eagle, airs live on 102.5 DBE from the Market District in Robinson every Tuesday with Steelers wide receiver Calvin Austin III. Stop out for your chance to win game tickets to meet number 19. Chalk Talk, Tuesdays at 7 p.m. for Market District on DBE.
Score big at Don's Appliances. Upgrade your kitchen with Whirlpool and KitchenAid appliances. Perfect for tailgate snacks and halftime feasts. Get free next day delivery and guaranteed lowest prices. Shop DonsAppliances.com.
We now pause for station identification on the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
We'll talk about this game starting tomorrow with the DVE Morning Show. Then, all week, we get you ready for the next game on your radio home of the Steelers, WDVE, Pittsburgh.
The Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network proudly presents Steelers Football 2025. Brought to you in part by 84 Lumber, a dynasty partner of the Pittsburgh Steelers. By Pella Windows, viewed to be the best. By Clearview Federal Credit Union. For every touchdown the black and gold score in 2025, Clearview Federal Credit Union will donate $500 to the Light of Life mission. Clearview, your financial partner for a better life. Visit clearviewfcu.org. By Iron Workers Local Union number 3. We don't go to the office, we build it. By Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. By Henny Jewelers, Pittsburgh's choice jewelry store for engagement rings, luxury jewelry, and watches. By Giant Eagle, the official supermarket of Steelers Nation. By South Hills Kia. South Hills Kia has the ride and a price you love. By CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply Center, where the average Joe can buy like a pro. By Iron Workers Local Union number 3. We don't go to the office, we build it. And by First National Bank. Can your bank do that? Welcome to FNB. Let's get started. Member FDIC.
This legal disclaimer is brought to you by the law firm of Bordus & Bordus, a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Bordus & Bordus, fighting for justice.
This broadcast is copyrighted by the National Football League and the Pittsburgh Steelers for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this broadcast or of any descriptions or accounts of the game without the consent of the National Football League or the Pittsburgh Steelers is prohibited.
And we're here at SoFi Stadium, the national anthem just wrapping up. I got to tell you, Max, you know, I have an anachronistic streak in me. Like, I like the old school football stadiums. This place looks like something out of Star Wars. This is my first trip here. This place is pretty amazing.
And here's the thing. The LA Coliseum's not far from here. And the film school has what looks like the Death Star because it's George Lucas's named after.
Right.
So you're not far off. They're in the same orbit of each other. We just hope no Rebel fighters come out tonight.
Yeah, this is an amazing place. And by the way, I would say a good maybe 45% of the fans here are Chargers fans.
Yeah.
A lot of black and gold.
There's a lot of black and gold out here. And, you know, one of the things that I do love is when you make the West Coast turn, you hit LA, you hit Arizona, and Vegas, you're going to see more Steeler fans in these stadiums against these AFC opponents. And once again, no surprise here that you have a stadium that looks majority black and gold. I know the gold can be confused, but the powder blue gives it away a little bit.
And it's powder blue jerseys. The Chargers have a number of different jerseys. The sort of yellowish pants, the Steelers, of course, with the gold pants, and the white jerseys with the black trim and the black numbers. And official referee Brad Rogers is bringing the team out to the center of the field. And they had a moment of silence, by the way, for Marshawn Nealand, the Cowboys player, member of that tragic accident earlier this week. And then this morning, Paul Tagliabue passed away. So moment of silence given to those two gentlemen before the game. And that is a moment of silence because it's about to get loud. Hugely important game for both of these teams.
Both of these teams are sitting in very similar positions.
All right, gentlemen, this is the coin that we will use today. This is heads. This side is tails. Pittsburgh, you're the visitors. What is the call? Heads. Heads is the call. It is tails, you win the toss. Which way would you like to kick? Los Angeles Chargers won the toss. They've elected to defer. Pittsburgh will receive on this end of the field. Good luck, gentlemen.
I like it. I like it already.
Tails never fails, but I will take that. I will take that because, you know what we talked about, right? Second half starting strong. At least you kind of know who the rabbit is in the second half. So I'm not against it. I'm not against this.
Yep, was successful last week against the Colts. And Missy Matthews, we have Jalen Ramsey making the move, as Max talked about, full-time, at least for now, to free safety. He's number 5. Number 3 for folks hopefully listening to the game on the radio, maybe watching the game on TV. Number 3 has a lot of similarities to number 5. He is a multi-time Pro Bowler like Jalen Ramsey, and that is Derwin James, and these guys have a deep connection.
That's right. They only played 1 year together at Florida State, but it was one that impacted them both. Mike Tomlin called Derwin James Jalen Ramsey's little brother. Said when he went to the pro day to see Jalen Ramsey, he asked him, who's the next guy I'm going to come here to see? And he immediately pointed to Derwin James. As I said, they go back to their FSU days. They were together whenever it was Derwin James' pro day. Jalen Ramsey came back to watch and support him. So a deep connection between those two guys. And for Jalen Ramsey in terms of playing safety, he said it's not like riding a bike. Hasn't done that since his freshman year at FSU. But guys, he made it look pretty good last week.
He sure did, Missy. Thank you very much. And both excellent players. Mike Tomlin described Derwin James earlier this week as a straw that stirs the drink. Here's the kickoff by Dicker, and that's going to go out of bounds.
Yeah.
And the Steelers are going to have the ball at the 40-yard line.
Love that. This is a great kickoff return right here. And you didn't have to do anything. But that's one of the things we saw, and we saw this earlier today. Throughout the league, a couple of guys missing, trying to kick the ball into the landing zone to get a kick out. We saw one that was a little bit short and then rolled out of bounds at the end of the game, trying to get some field position back and trying to save some time. Another time, kicked it out of the back of the end zone, didn't even get it down. And right now we see, 74 is eligible. Andres Pete in at the guard position at left guard.
So Pete is starting instead of Ciamalo. Anderson is in there in the jumbo package. Steelers have the ball moving right to left. Aaron Rodgers comes out under center, has Jalen Warren as the lone setback. And here's the pitch to Warren. A flag comes down, and this play is whistled dead immediately.
Andres Pete jumped off sides.
False start.
Gosh.
Offense. Number 71. 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
First snap of the season, too, for Andres Pete.
He's got a terrific resume as a tackle and a guard coming in for the Steelers this year. Acquired, I think it was in training camp, right, Max?
Yeah, he came here in training camp midway through.
Yep.
I remember when we called him in, and I was like, okay, AP, like we're the same size, except for you're playing, I'm not.
Right.
He's a big body at 6'8", and we'll just say 300 pounds.
14:58 on the ribbon. Can you please turn off the ribbon on the hands?
So there's a clock issue, and trying to get that straightened out. You may have heard Brad Rogers announcing that to the crowd here. And you don't like that because you come out in a certain, you break a huddle and you come out in a certain formation. And in this formation, Spencer Anderson's the H-back to the right of this formation. And so an opportunity perhaps for the Chargers to react to that. Still waiting for the clock to be reset. Conversation still happening, and now Brad Rogers retreats away from the line of scrimmage, and we are ready to play ball and maybe get our first snap and our first actual official play of the game because no time at all has elapsed thus far. Washington motions. He is to the right of Anderson in this formation. Snap back to pass for Rodgers. Looking pump fakes. Throws out in the right flat to Jalen Warren. Makes the grab. Is tackled by Henley. It was a low throw. And maybe slow down his progress a bit. Henley makes the stop after a 3-yard pickup.
So you saw the adjustment. Same formation. They just motioned Darnell Washington in from the left and put him back in that double wing position. And they went from under center to a sub package in a pistol and then slung it out because Khalil Mack coming off the edge distorted the throwing angle for Aaron Rodgers, but still able to get some positive yards on the first play.
So 2nd and 12 now. Ball at the 38-yard line. Second play from scrimmage. Rodgers gets a snap. Fires quickly to the right and is complete underneath to the 45-yard line. And that's a pickup to Calvin Austin of about 7 yards, and it's going to bring up 3rd and 5.
Yeah, it was about 7 yards on that game, so it puts you in a third and medium situation. So you're in a good place. Even though you took that first play and you went backwards, you're still in a manageable situation and not in the longs, and just a quick throw.
Steelers break the huddle with Austin and Metcalf flanked to the left. Darnell Washington is in an H-back position to the left. Now he motions to the right. Kenny Gainwell is to the right of Rodgers in the shotgun. Rodgers gets a snap. Back to pass, looking left, pump fakes, now moves up in the pocket, throws again, nothing there, and attempted to Calvin Austin, incomplete, and the Steelers, unfortunately, this has been an issue for them. They go 3 and out. A lot of 3 and outs for the Steelers offense.
Yeah, this is just par for the course, but the problem was Broderick Jones working on against Odafe Owe, spin move to the inside that forced Aaron out wide, and then because at Spencer Anderson, who's now in at left guard, forced out to the left, Rodgers tries to get up and in, but right into the teeth of that defense and could not make a clear throw.
Corliss Waitman gets the snap, a high end-over-end kick, going to be taken by Darius Davis. Fair catch at his own 12-yard line, which is where the Chargers will have their first possession. So a rapid first possession for the Steelers. Only a minute and a half elapsed in that 3 and out for the Steelers, and the Chargers will have the ball pinned back relatively deep. Justin Herbert is second in the NFL in passing yards and touchdowns, 18 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, and that, I think, Max, because he's been under a lot of duress. This offensive line has been banged up. Now, they are pretty good in the interior, but going to be starting some different tackles this week.
Yeah, so it looks like right now Trey Pipkins is going to be out at the right tackle position, and then we're going to see Austin Decalis at the left tackle position. Trevor Penning, who they traded for earlier in the week, will probably be the top reserve.
Snap, and they give to Kamani Vidal off the right side, and he is stood up at the 12-yard line, maybe picked up a yard. Keanu Benton scraping down from his tackle position to make the stop.
Yeah, and guess who was in there? Malik Harrison.
Yeah.
Big body, Cadillac. Wide parking zone for that guy. He came in blowing it through the line and just delivered a nice solid hit. And then, of course, the swarm came, Patrick Queen and company and Keanu Benton to finish him off. That's what you're going to need all day today.
He checks out, and Herbert is in the shotgun. And he fakes to Vidal, rolling out to the left into the flat. It's complete, but Trey Harris is tackled immediately. Brandon Eccles came racing up to drop him right at the line of scrimmage. Might have lost a foot or two.
This is the swarm we're talking about. This is the opportunities. Take away the run game, force it into Justin Herbert's hands, and let that pass rush eat. Alex Highsmith on the pressure immediately off the edge against Austin Decalis, and Justin Herbert doesn't have time to plant his feet. That's the intention you're going to have to play with every down against this Charger squad.
Cam Hayward, the only down lineman, as Herbig checks in, so 3 pass rushers in there along with Hayward for the Steelers. 3rd and 9. Herbert gets a snap, back to pass, looking, throws left, and it is incomplete, intended for Rondé Gadsden. Would have been a first down, but slipped right through his fingers. Joey Porter in coverage, and the Chargers go 3 and out.
Hey, listen, misery loves company. If we're going to be slow, I need you to be slow as well. And a great job in the coverage. Yeah, Joey Porter Jr. on a Rondé Gadsden, tried to run the quick out. Joey right there, the ball thrown low and away, and Gadsden couldn't go down and get it.
They're, by the way, among the fewest 3 and outs in the league. So the Steelers doing a nice job there defensively to cause that. As Scott back to punt it away, Keyshawn Williams back to receive, standing at the Steelers' 38-yard line. Here's the snap. Ooh, good rush on Scotty. Just does get it off. And Williams wants everybody to get away from it. It is off his foot. That rush looked like it really affected him.
Yeah,
and we'll see where they're going to mark this. It's going to be inside Chargers territory. Still walking at the 45-yard line. So the Steelers will have excellent field position when we continue. 12:04 remains in the first quarter from SoFi Stadium. Steelers football continues with no score.
Ford F-Series, a name you'll remember. They're the best-selling trucks in America and the official truck of the Pittsburgh Steelers, capable of towing, hauling, and being the MVP of your game day tailgate. They're here to help you score big. Go to neighborhoodfordstore.com and enter for a chance to win an F-150. You might just become the talk of Steelers Nation. F-Series, the best-selling trucks in Pittsburgh.
For an extraordinary advantage in sports, you need a game plan. For an extraordinary advantage everywhere else, all you need is Acrisure. With a high-tech human approach to insurance, cybersecurity, and more, Acrisure helps you take care of what you care about. That makes winning easy. See what Acrissure's extraordinary advantage can do for you at Acrisure.com.
Enjoy awesome deals Monday through Friday from 3 to 5 p.m. 2 awesome hours, 5 awesome favorites at discount prices, including our soup, salad, bread, nacho, and dessert bar for only $9.99, $10.99 whitefish, $11.99 soft chicken, and sirloin tips and more. And for our lunch diners, we also have another awesome deal. Get our soup, salad, nacho, bread, and dessert bar for just $9.99, Monday through Friday from 11 to 3. Dine-in only. No other discounts apply.
Horses, steak, and sea house. Horses is hospitality.
Starting a home improvement project? Essential Utilities reminds you, before you build a deck, plant a tree, or put up a fence, call 811. Professionals from underground utilities like Peoples will mark your lines so you can dig safely. Whether you're doing the work yourself or hiring a professional, calling 811 is free for homeowners. And it's the law. Call 811 3 days before you dig to keep you and your family safe. Peoples, an Essential Utilities company.
We bleed black and gold. This is the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
Steelers and Chargers both go 3 and out in trade punts. Steelers offense out on the field. And last week, early against the Colts, Mike Tomlin said he felt his offense was running on the beach. And in terms of 3 and out, they have the worst rate in the NFL. 42.5% of their drives go 3 and out. Hopefully, guys, this is one where they end in the end zone with such great field position. Rob.
Sounds good to us. Missy, tonight's first half sideline reports are brought to you by Howard Hanna. Win big with Howard Hanna, a proud real estate partner of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Rodgers comes out in the shotgun. He has 2 receivers split to the left. Jalen Warren to the right of him in the shotgun. Ben Skoranek motions left to right, now settles to the right of the formation. Here's the snap, the give to Warren on the delay, trying the right side, and will pick up about 3 down to from the 46 to about the 43-yard line. Now they'll give him 4 yards on that pickup. So 2nd and 6.
And I'll say this, watching pregame warm-ups, we're in the Boz zone already. He hit a 64-yarder that had room to spare on this end and the opposite end of the field. So anywhere on that bolt he can kick from, you feel good about Chris Boswell.
So power formation with 2 tight ends to the right. Rodgers in the shotgun again. Warren is to his right. 2 receivers split to the left. Rodgers surveying the scene. Crouches, gets the snap, gives to Jalen Warren. Starts left, cuts back right, and his hit hard right at the line of scrimmage, and that was Denzel Perryman who came up to make the stop.
And that was a tough play. You had double wings on the right at the tight end position, and Denzel Perryman cut in between the tackle and the guard. So between Falzano and Darnell Washington is where he got in, and Jonnu Smith was pinned on the edge. So Denzel Perryman came on unabated into the C gap to take on Jalen Warren.
They'll give him a yard, pickup call at 3rd and 5. Empty set with 4 receivers out to the right. Now, one of those will motion across. That's Jonnu Smith. Then Gainwell motions back. He's to the left of Rodgers in the shotgun. So 2 receivers now on each side. Chargers showing 4-man rush. That's what they bring. Rodgers in trouble. Rolls out to the left. Looking downfield. Throws a cross to Metcalf. Just overshoots him. throwing back across the field. And Metcalf broke free on one that Rodgers tried to time out in that direction, and it's incomplete. And here comes Chris Boswell on to try a 59-yard field goal.
I told you this was in the Boz zone. Anywhere on that Chargers bolt at midfield, he's going to attempt it. Had a good warm-up session, but you're right. The pressure came immediate. He rolled out right, and he had beaten Elijah Molden across on the deep over route, but Aaron just sailed a little bit too far outside.
Here's the snap. Here's the boot from Boswell, and that kick is good. 59-yard field goal for Chris Boswell. 10:25 remains. First quarter at SoFi with the score, the Steelers 3, the Chargers nothing. This is the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
The black and gold faithful always travel well to see the team on the road. And now Caliente and DVE give you a chance to become a road warrior. We're teaming up to send 2 lucky fans to watch the black and gold take on Detroit on December 21st in the Motor City. The winner receives tickets, airfare, and hotel stay for 2, plus a Caliente gift card. From Caliente, 7-time World Pizza Champions, and now the official pizza of WDVE. Deadline to enter is November 30th. Register at any Caliente location or at dve.com.
Beat the rush and get great deals during the Jeep Black Friday sales event. Now, well-qualified current FCA lessees get an ultra-low mileage lease on the 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo X 4x4 for $379 a month for 42 months with $3,039 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra, no security deposit required. Call 1-888-925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Current vehicle must be registered to consumer at least 30 days prior to lease to qualify. Extra charge for miles over 26,250. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery from dealer stock by 12/1. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Chris, owner of Prescott Roofing and Masonry, Pittsburgh's full-service roofing and masonry company. With over 100 years in business and a 5th-generation locally owned company, we've been tackling Pittsburgh roofs since 1906. We specialize in residential and commercial roofing, shingles, slate, tile, rubber, gutters, copper work, masonry restoration. We do it all. GAF Master Elite and James Hardy certified. Free estimates and financing available. PrescottRoofing.com.
We see you. Your calendar's color-coded. Your outfit for tomorrow is already laid out. You have everything in Tupperware labeled in your fridge. You buy in bulk. You meal prep. You know what you're doing in 2027. You're a planner. And we're here to say you don't have to do it all. S&T Bank makes banking easy. From our friendly team to our online and mobile solutions, we do more so you can do less. Stop by your local branch. Visit stbank.com or call 800-325-2265. S&T Bank. Member FDIC.
Your radio home for Steelers football is DVE.
So the Steelers get a 59-yard field goal from Chris Boswell. By the way, Dan Fouts, who actually played south of here.
Yeah, he played
San
Diego Chargers.
Being honored at the
Chargers legend. That's what he has to say, Chargers legend. You can't say the city distinction anymore.
He has a Hall of Fame jacket on. The signing autographs earlier came out, gave a big wave to the crowd, got a big roar. Yep. And the Steelers now getting set to kick off. Chris Boswell with some new guys here for the Chargers back. And Travion Williams just activated for this game. Remember him from the Cincinnati Bengals. And he's back with Darius Davis, one of their normal return men, because Keandre Lambert-Smith is out. This is going to be taken, and it will be taken by Williams on the near side of the field, straight up the numbers, crosses the 30, gets out to about the 31-yard line. Here are the latest NFL scores brought to you by Clearview Federal Credit Union. Financial advice is closer than you think. The Colts in overtime come back to defeat the Falcons 31-25. New Orleans over Carolina 17-7. Chicago came back to beat the Giants 24-20. Houston roared back to beat Jacksonville 36-29. Miami stunning Buffalo. Baltimore defeats Minnesota. The Jets over Cleveland. And New England topped Tampa in one of the more entertaining games of the day. Herbert in the shotgun has Vidal to his right. Back to pass, looking. Steps up, pressure coming late, throws, and incomplete up the left side of the field. Looking for McConkey, slipped through his fingers. That looked like an awfully good throw. McConkey has 5 drops this year, among the league leaders. 5 drops from McConkey. This looked like when he could have hauled in.
Yeah, he was one, and you see the camera. I'm watching the camera right now, and they were showing the handsiness of Quentin Johnston and Joey Porter. Brandon Echols in coverage again, second time, in that situation.
Yeah, don't want to be unkind. That might have been a couple of inches over McConkey's head, maybe just grazed off the fingertips. And now Herbert empty set. 3 receivers to the left. Gadsden goes in motion right to left. Herbert back, throws short underneath to the left. It's complete to Johnson. Johnson spins upfield and picks up, looks like first down yardage. Very close on. They're going to mark him about a foot short, just over the 40-yard line.
And Quentin Johnson working on the inside slot position. Peyton Wilson comes down and grabs him, but they're trying to figure out the replay board guy is very Charger friendly here. I would like to see a real replay, not just their speculation and feelings about it.
Quarterback sneak here by Herbert stood up, but, well, I don't know.
Oh.
Wow, this is close.
0, baby. 0 yards on that one.
This is close. It looks like they got him just short. But you don't see that tush push look not successful very often, especially when you only need a foot or so.
Well, we got a couple of bigger bodies than the normal average bear.
Well, let's see what they're going to do here. They're going to go for it. They're lined up to go for it. 4th and about a foot. The ball set up in the left hash just over the 40-yard line. Here comes Herbert again. Once again set up in that quarterback sneak position. Going hard count here. Are they going to snap this or just try to draw the Steelers? No, they're going to snap it. Quarterback sneak, and this time, just looks like he's just across the 41-yard line to pick up that first down.
That was close. That was close. They were ready. And I love the positioning. Now, you do have Matlock and Vidal obviously pushing on the backside of Justin Herbert. But I love the fact that Keanu Benton straight up on the nose to kind of submarine that guy. And, yes, surge at the end. Keanu Kent went a little bit higher than Bradley Bozeman, and that's how they were able to get that first down.
Chargers break the huddle, and Jarrett Patterson, who has been active for a couple games, a lot of injuries at the running back position for the Chargers as well. Patterson gets the pitch and is going to head off right guard, breaks a tackle from Patrick Queen, and is bottled up as Harmon gets him after a pickup of 1.5 yards or thereabouts.
Yeah, at the minimum. Great job by the defensive line of getting a good surge right at the point of attack. Patrick Queen comes around and slows up Patterson. And then Derek Harmon, mind you, he has a fullback like trying to lunge at his legs, and he's still able to grab over the top of him and take down Patterson easily.
T.J. Watt had him around the right ankle as well. Patterson remains in the game, moves to the right of Herbert. 3 receivers to the left. Herbert in the shotgun. Gets a snap, back to pass. Steelers bringing 5. Pressure coming late, and the throw underneath to Gadsden is complete, just short of the 50-yard line up the right hash, and it's going to be a 3rd and about 2 or maybe 3 for the Chargers.
Quarter second more, and he is sandwiched between Patrick Queen and Alex Highsmith is Justin Herbert. But I tell you what, Gadsden went down and he got that ball that time. He didn't get the one earlier in the first drive, but he was able to go down low and snatch this ball off the ground.
Herbert, by the way, has been sacked 28 times. That's 3rd most. Hit 80 times. That is the most in the NFL. Herbert eyes back out to his left. 3rd and 3. Raises his foot, gets a snap. Back to pass, looking left, looking, throws, almost intercepted, incomplete. And that was Eccles who stepped in front, or was it Joey Porter Jr. who stepped in front? Joey Porter Jr.
Yeah.
And a near interception, but it's going to be a punting situation here for the Chargers.
And once again, T.J. Watt in on the quarterback hit. So that's now 81 quarterback hits for Justin Herbert. But, man, Joey Porter Jr., that ball, he stepped right in front of it, and he just didn't quite get himself all the way to hit the back forearm. Come on, it hit in the breadbasket. That 24 legend is still holding true right now. I'm not going to go into it, but, yeah, another guy that I knew and I played with. Yeah, I love dearly.
Oh, here's Scott. Boy, the Steelers look like they move, but no flag. Scott gets his boot off. Williams chasing it off to the right. He's going to let it bounce. And, excellent coverage by the Chargers. Bounces at the 11, is downed at the 6-yard line, which is where the Steelers will take over with 6:47 remaining in the first quarter. From SoFi Stadium, Steelers football continues with the score of the Steelers 3, the Chargers 0.
Ford F-Series, a name you'll remember. They're the best-selling trucks in America and the official truck of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Capable of towing, hauling, and being the MVP of your game day tailgate. They're here to help you score big. Go to neighborhoodfordstore.com and enter for a chance to win an F-150. You might just become the talk of Steelers Nation. F-Series, the best-selling trucks in Pittsburgh.
At UPMC Hillman Cancer Center, we believe cancer care shouldn't just be good enough. It should be life-changing. As the region's only National Cancer Institute designated comprehensive cancer center, we provide groundbreaking treatments and innovative clinical trials with renowned cancer specialists and a compassionate support system for patients and their families. Discover more at upmchillman.com/lifechanger.
At West Shore Home, they make it easy to knock out that home remodeling project while saving big. If you're in need of an upgrade to your bathroom, need new windows, an entry door, or even new flooring in your home, our teams of highly trained employee installers have you covered. Just call 888-4West Shore to get started. Those are the numbers 8884-WESTSHORE to get started. We can have someone out as early as tomorrow to show you your options and lock in your limited time savings. West Shore Home, remodeling, reimagined.
Starting a home improvement project? Essential Utilities reminds you, before you build a deck, plant a tree, or put up a fence, call 811. Professionals from Underground Utilities like Peoples will mark your lines so you can dig safely. Whether you're doing the work yourself or hiring a professional, calling 811 is free for homeowners. And it's the law. Call 811 3 days before you dig to keep you and your family safe. Peoples, an Essential Utilities company.
Your home for the Steelers. This is the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network. We now pause for station identification on the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
We'll talk about this game starting tomorrow with the DVE Morning Show. Then, all week we get you ready for the next game on your radio home of the Steelers, WDVE, Pittsburgh.
The Chargers coverage units have been much maligned. Excellent job there, though, as Dean Leonard downs the punt by J.K. Scott at the 6-yard line. So the Steelers have the ball in the shadow of their own end zone. Rodgers under center. Caleb Johnson has checked in at the running back position. He'll get the pitch to the right, looking for some room. He is hit in the backfield, and he is dropped for a loss running right. Khalil Mack and others getting in there defensively. Looks like Caldwell got in as well for the Chargers, and a loss of a couple yards.
Now, this is one I know you want to try and get a little bit wider, but Caleb Johnson runs that narrow off tackle. These two defensive tackles for the Chargers are very explosive at getting upfield, going vertical. You want to get them moving a lot more laterally when you're talking about that. But Jamari Caldwell, Tahir Tart, Justin Eboige, that's my one time trying it. After that, he's just going to be number 9. Yep, exactly. Yep. See, I messed it up. So number 92 is what I'm going to say from here on out.
Loss of a yard, 2nd and 11. Rodgers in the shotgun. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right, gets a snap, and will give on the delay. And this is Johnson finding some running room out to about the 9-yard line before Deion Henley can make the stop. So at least it gives him a little bit of breathing room. It's going to set up here a 3rd and about 7.
And if you're going to attack, you need to get to that second level. So a great job by the offensive line of securing the front level guys out of that 4-2 nickel front that they're running, because Perryman and Henley are both undersized guys, 6 foot 220-ish between the pair, 5'11" for Denzel Perryman, 240. So a little bit shorter than what we have normally. So you can make some yards after the catch.
3 receivers to the left of the formation, 2 to the right. Steelers are 0 for 2 on 3rd down. Chargers bringing 4. Rodgers back. Rodgers steps up. Now he's going to retreat back into the end zone. And Rodgers is sacked by Khalil Mack, and it's going to be a safety.
That's a frustration. Khalil Mack, I mean, he is that guy. You talk about over the years, he's been an individual that could get him, and he just got whipped by Troy Fontano. Came upfield, Troy had him, spin move, second move, got to Aaron Rodgers trying to run out of it, and when you turn over your left shoulder or your throwing shoulder, you lose sight of things, and Khalil Mack actually forced a fumble too, so good on Aaron, the heads up to get on top of that ball before it could have been a potential touchdown. So saving a touchdown but giving up a 2-point safety is not what you want to start this game at. So rough game early on for the tackles against the pass rush of the Chargers between Khalil Mack, Tui Pelotu, and Adafe Owe.
So this is the first safety we have seen this season. And interesting that the dynamic kickoff here, you're still lined up in the same area. You're just kicking it off from back at the 20.
Well, if I'm going to trust a guy to kick it off that has a leg,
absolutely.
I'm choosing Chris Boswell to handle the business.
Frankly, this is a rule I'd like to see tweaked a little bit. If you're going to move him back, I think you should move the guys who are having to cover him back.
Or actually use the punter for this as opposed to a stationary kick, right?
Oh, no, I love Boswell kicking it. I don't think it's a big enough advantage for the receiving team, which obviously we're okay with now. Here's Boswell with the boot. Darius Davis is going to take it at the 10-yard line. Davis starts up the right part of the field and cuts through a little bit of a seam and is taken down by Juan Thornhill at the 34-yard line. So, again, you see what I mean? It's not that huge of an advantage for the receiving team.
Well, what they gained, 4 yards from the first kick?
Right.
When they received it. So you're right. It could be a little more advantageous.
Right. If you moved the coverage team back
as well,
15 yards as well, right?
Yeah.
Then it would be a huge advantage for the receiving team getting that safety.
But the whole point of the dynamic kickoff rule is to take away the free run capability. So you then have to move the coverage unit back.
That's what I'm saying. Move the coverage unit back. I'm okay with that the way it is, though, because it benefits the Steelers as Vidal goes up the middle and he's stopped by Keanu Benton and Cam Hayward, combining to stop him after a short pickup of about 3 or 4. And again, we haven't talked about this, but remember the Chargers in the offseason, they went out, they signed Najee Harris as a free agent. They drafted Omario Hampton in the first round. Both those guys look to be a good 1-2 punch. They want to play bully ball. They're both out as well. Hassan Haskins, another running back, he's out. So you have Vidal and 2 guys off the practice squad today.
Yep, Jarrett Patterson being one of those guys off of that practice squad that they're trying to hope can create a 2-dimensional attack for them.
Motion by Vidal to the right. Herbert finds some room, steps up in the pocket, and is going to advance forward and be tackled by Patrick Queen after a short gain to the right. Picked up about 4 or so out to the 39-yard line.
And that's the deadliness of Justin Herbert. He's the leading quarterback in the league with rushing yards, and he's kind of had to, like you said, you just detailed why they aren't a good rushing attack with the running backs. And that's why Justin Herbert has to do a lot more with his legs to supplement.
3:53 and counting here remaining in the first quarter. Herbert in the shotgun has Vidal to his right. Steelers showing 4-man rush. And here's a snap. Flag comes as it looked like Highsmith and Decalis were kind of going out of here.
Offense, number 74. 5-yard penalty. Still third down.
And it's on Decalis with Highsmith reacting to that movement by Decalis.
Correct. Yeah, no, Decalis was the one that encroached or enticed Alex Highsmith up the field. And I don't blame him. I'd be a little scared, too. I want to get a good little jump on Alex Highsmith. He provided pressure in that last drive off the edge.
Defensive Player of the Week for his 2 sacks, 3 tackles for losses, and forced fumble last week.
Assisted interception, does that count, too?
3rd and 9 now. We'll take it. Herbert back to pass. Pressure coming, throws underneath, incomplete, intended for Johnson, would have been close to a first down, but the Steelers defense rises up again and forces another 3 and out for the Chargers as Herbig got some late pressure on Herbert.
Yeah, Herbig, late pressure, is a little fold around blitz by them. Alex Highsmith as well coming on the inside move and really forcing the edge to get shortened for Herbig to come around, almost slingshot around him. Then, of course, great coverage by Darius Slay on Quentin Johnson, who also has had his own case of the dropsies this season as well. So been unreliable between McConkey and Johnston, who you think are more reliable. They've been inconsistent in their pass catching.
Here's Scott with the boot, and Keyshawn Williams will retreat back to his 10-yard line, grabs it on the left hash, moves to the right, has a little bit of room, cuts up the middle of the field. Looks like he might have had some room around that edge, but winds up picking up 12 yards out to the 22 on the return. 3:11 remains in the first quarter from SoFi Stadium. Steelers football continues with the score of the Steelers 3.
I was like, what's that score again?
The Chargers 2.
Planting a tree? Putting in a new sprinkler system? Digging a trench? No matter the project, if it involves digging, Pennsylvania 811 wants to remind you to call 811 before you dig. It's the law, and it ensures your safety by steering you clear of underground lines and cables you can't see running right beneath you. Remember, every dig counts. Don't let what's buried beneath the ground surprise you. Find out more at PA1call.org. PA1call.org. Stay safe. Call 811 before you start digging. At Washington and Jefferson College, we don't just equip you for what's next. We empower you to adapt and thrive. At W&J, bold academics meet professors who coach you to succeed. Real-world experience is built into every major. So when you graduate, you're not just ready, you're game ready. Schedule your campus visit today at washjeff.edu. That's washjeff.edu and see where your journey begins. Washington and Jefferson College, where you learn to adapt to any challenge and thrive in the ever-changing world.
With more than 100 diverse consulting offerings, Schneider Downs doesn't focus on what service to provide, but rather what problems they can help you solve. Tax and accounting, digital consulting and cybersecurity, risk management, and financial advisory. Learn more at schneiderdowns.com.
Chalk Talk, presented by Giant Eagle, airs live on 102.5 DBE from the Market District in Robinson every Tuesday with Steelers wide receiver Calvin Austin III. Stop out for your chance to win game tickets to meet number 19. Chalk Talk, Tuesdays at 7 p.m. for Market District on DBE. Shopping for a newer certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. South Hills Kia has operated in the South Hills area of Pittsburgh for over 40 years, selling and servicing cars. Family owned and operated, South Hills Kia brings both experience and the care necessary to find you the perfect car, SUV, or truck. Find a great selection of Kia vehicles, friendly and knowledgeable staff, and unique resources to help you. Find your next Kia today at southhillskia.net.
Steelers football happens here. The Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
So the Steelers have the ball 3 minutes, 11 seconds left here in the first quarter. Have the ball at their own 22-yard line. A Chris Boswell 59-yard field goal. Then, in the pregame, when the captains were out there, Aaron Rodgers and Khalil Mack kind of had a hug. Then they had a bad hug here a moment ago for a safety.
That was a wrong hug because Aaron Rodgers wasn't looking at him when they gave the hug.
Yeah, that was not the hug we wanted, but that safety's made it 3-2. Not the kind of score you expect when you're flipping on the radio or the TV. Jalen Warren in a 3 tight end set is in the backfield. Rodgers gets a snap, pumps, and finds DK Metcalf. Crossing pattern over the middle, out to the 40-yard line. First down, Steelers. Their first down of this game on their 4th possession.
That was a beautiful, quick throw. DK, everybody's down in the line of scrimmage, worried about those tight ends. He runs a 2-step slant on the inside, gets great angle and positioning on Dante Jackson, former Steeler, and just makes him pay in the middle of the field.
Rodgers breaks the huddle with tight end to the right. Warren is to his left in the shotgun. 3 receivers split out to the left. One of them, Skoranek, in motion to the right to hand off to Warren, finding a little crevice off the right side. He'll pick up about 4 out to the 44.
On schedule. That's all we need. 4 yards. This Chargers defense gives up 4.9. If we stay within that range, we will be good. I love the influence zone. Jalen Warren on the left side, running action and flow to the right. You have Ben Skoranek coming and taking that 8th defender off the edge, Derwin James, and allowing for that space for Jalen Warren to squirt through.
2:05 and counting here remaining in this first quarter. 3 receivers to the right, and now that's Calvin Austin motioning right to left. Snap to Rodgers, back, looks, fires over the middle of the field, complete to Darnell Washington. What a beautiful throw and a crossing pattern. There was no room there with Elijah Molden in coverage. Beautiful throw, beautiful catch, first down Steelers.
That was a dart thrown through a fuel tank to hit the mark. That was a beautiful job. And right behind Perryman in that play, and Elijah Molden comes underneath. Just a beautiful throw, beautiful catch, great focus by Darnell Washington, who's come on the last couple of games.
He has 4 receptions a week ago. Spencer Anderson has checked in as the extra offensive lineman. He and Pete have been shifting back and forth to that left guard position. Now we have the jumbo package to the left side here, and that's where the pitch is going to Warren. Finds a little bit of a crevice, crosses the 40, and stretches out down to the 32-yard line. A pickup of 9 yards on that first down run.
And I love that formation. Actually, Andrews Pete was playing the extra tight end in that one, and it was pretty nice to see. Well, no, sorry. As we look at this, no.
Yeah, it was Anderson, right.
Was at that left guard position. It's so hard to see from this angle because you're looking at the numbers. But, yeah, came in. So now he has to stay out of play or stay in as a jumbo tight end, which I'm looking at. He's still in there now. He's on the right side to play. This is the tough part about it, like trying to see where he's going to line up.
With Washington, Jonnu Smith motions to the right. Rodgers is under center, has Warren as a lone setback. 30 seconds remaining, first quarter. Steelers leading 3-2 here at SoFi Stadium, and Aaron Rodgers doesn't like what he sees and calls a timeout.
Yeah, it took a little long to get to that play, and then the 25-second clock's on the field level, so a lot tougher to ID that as opposed to being up in that lower 100 sections where they normally are located.
Yeah, a lot of large humans between you and that 25-second clock.
Exactly.
Hard to see. For the world's most complete selection of Steelers merchandise, visit the official Steelers Pro Shop. Get it direct from the team at shop.steelers.com. And, Mac, we're talking about what it's going to take to beat this Chargers team. We know they have an explosive offense. But, boy, you sure would like to punch in a touchdown here and make them one-dimensional as Snoop Dogg showing up on the TV screen here.
Snoop Dogg, Troy Polamalu, Mookie Betts, all the celebrities are out tonight. This is the place to be if you're in L.A., is right here at SoFi Stadium watching the Steelers and the Chargers do battle.
Jalen Warren, the lone setback behind Rodgers. Jonnu Smith motions left to right. Two tight ends to the right of the formation. Rodgers gets the snap and will give to Warren. Warren poking his way toward the right, gets across the 30 and down to the 29, and he picks up a first down on what we expect to be the final play of the first quarter, and Aaron Rodgers unsnapping the chin straps and wandering over to the Steelers sideline. So that will indeed do it. Time to make the switch to the second quarter. Brought to you by Northwest Bank. Explore checking that lets you get paid up to 2 days early. Northwest Bank. For what's next, member FDIC, equal housing lender. With the score, the Steelers 3, the Chargers 2. This is the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
I do pretty much everything on my phone. Shopping, socializing, even banking, which is why I love my Northwest Bank app. It features things like spending alerts to help keep my online purchases in check, security features to lock my debit card if it ever goes missing. Hey, it happens. And my favorite, early pay, which lets me get paid up to 2 days early. Yep, no more waiting till Friday to get paid for me.
For checking with all the digital tools you want, go to northwest.com. Member FDIC. Northwest Bank. For what's next.
Steelers fans, your team is a powerhouse. Are you ready for another great game here in the Steel City?
Absolutely. And let's take a minute to talk about the other powerhouse in town, been the best for 48 years straight. Got the grit and strength to take on anything. It's an MVP here in Pittsburgh.
Ford F-Series.
Best-selling trucks in Pittsburgh and in America. Now, how about that young duo on offense?
That's the next powerhouse on our radar.
F-150, the official truck of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Planting a tree, putting in a new sprinkler system, digging a trench, no matter the project. If it involves digging, Pennsylvania 811 wants to remind you to call 811 before you dig. It's the law and it ensures your safety by steering you clear of underground lines and cables you can't see running right beneath you. Remember, every dig counts. Don't let what's buried beneath the ground surprise you. Find out more at pa1call.org. pa1call.org. Stay safe. Call 811 before you start digging.
Steelers fans expect a certain standard. That's true of the food they share on game day, too, which is why Giant Eagle is always part of the game plan. With fresh, high-quality food and everyday savings, it's easy to tailgate like a pro or feed the ravenous fans at home. For long touchdown runs and effortless grocery runs, Giant Eagle is here. Giant Eagle, official supermarket of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
We bleed black and gold. This is the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
Here at SoFi Stadium, really important matchup between the 5-3 AFC North leading Pittsburgh Steelers and the 6-3 Chargers. Looking forward to their bye next week. They're hoping to get Omario Hampton, maybe some other bodies back. They did get a couple guys back, Dean Leonard, Deshaun Hand back for this game today, but not the guys that, not the big-time star guys. Although Hand was a starter on their defensive line. He's important, but so you can see the game is important for both these teams as the Steelers come out first play of the second quarter, moving left to right. Rodgers in the shotgun. He has Johnson to his left, first and down from the 29-yard line of the Chargers. And it's a tight end screen to Freiermuth to the right, and move. You can hear the cheers inside the 20, down close to the 19, just a hair short of a first down.
Acrisure West has now been activated there with that move signal. They're in the building.
Yeah, 2,441 miles from Acrisure Stadium to SoFi, but man, this place has got a lot of Steelers fans who've made that trip. Steelers now entering the Heinz Red Zone during Steelers season. It has to be Heinz. Caleb Johnson, the lone setback. Power in this formation to the right. Motion man is Jalen Warren, who's also out there. Now Warren goes back to the left, sets up in the slot there. Now he'll come in motion to the right. Rodgers gets a snap. Will give to Caleb Johnson. Starts to the right. Big Priest to the right. And there is a couple of flags on the field. He picked up about 7 on that run, starting left and cutting back right. But this looks like it's going to come back.
Holding. Offense. Number 76. 10-yard penalty. Second down.
Troy with that motion. I would love to have seen the replay of that play. Actually, here, let me get another opportunity to watch it as I see it on the replay screen. Good double team between him and Mason. And, that's what it was. The hand across the chest when the guy is ripping underneath, it doesn't necessarily mean it's a hold, but visually it looks like a hold. So that's the one thing that does frustrate me on that one. That was on Jamari Caldwell.
Well, it goes from second and a foot to second and officially 11 is Jalen Warren to the right of Rodgers in the shotgun formation. Rodgers lifts the foot, gets the snap, back to pass. Looking, downfield, throws, and has a man open, leaping grab by Jonnu Smith down near the 10-yard line, and he rolls out of bounds and picks up a first down for the Steelers.
And a beautiful job by Jonnu Smith. Ball was floated as a 50-50 ball. Jonnu Smith went up and got it. He's falling down.
Oh, boy.
He caught it 2 to 3 times, but he secured the nose of the football to his chest and his arm. So the question's going to be, challenge flag comes out.
I'm not sure that this ball did not hit the ground.
The nose didn't touch it, even though he might have had it secured up top.
He was wide open, and Aaron Rodgers threw it where Jonnu had to leap to try to make the grab.
Los Angeles Chargers are challenging the ruling on the field of a completed catch. Timeout.
Now that's one that Rodgers puts right between the 8 and the 1 about 99% of the time. Threw that a little high. I don't know, Max. I think that one might be coming back.
Yeah,
From SoFi Stadium, Steelers football continues with the score of the Steelers 3, the Chargers 2.
We see you. Your calendar's color-coded. Your outfit for tomorrow is already laid out. You have everything in Tupperware labeled in your fridge. You buy in bulk. You meal prep. You know what you're doing in 2027. You're a planner. And we're here to say you don't have to do it all. S&T Bank makes banking easy. From our friendly team to our online and mobile solutions, we do more so you can do less. Stop by your local branch. Visit stbank.com or call 800-325-2265. S&T Bank. Member FDIC.
For the last 48 years, Ford F-Series have been America's go-to trucks for moving mountains and also trailers, wood piles, and snow drifts. Work days and weekends, from the job site to the campsite. These trucks never stop working, just like you. That's what makes them America's best-selling trucks for 48 years. Ford F-150, official truck of the Pittsburgh Steelers and Pittsburgh's best-selling trucks.
As the largest and most experienced program in the region, UPMC Sports Medicine knows that injuries can happen to anyone, whether you're a weekend athlete, a rising star, or even a seasoned pro. That's why we offer a complete range of services and experts to help treat and prevent sports-related injuries to get you back in the game. To make an appointment, visit upmcsportsmedicine.com. UPMC is the official healthcare provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Starting a home improvement project? Essential Utilities reminds you, before you build a deck, plant a tree, or put up a fence, call 811. Professionals from Underground Utilities like Peoples will mark your lines so you can dig safely. Whether you're doing the work yourself or hiring a professional, calling 811 is free for homeowners. And it's the law. Call 811 3 days before you dig to keep you and your family safe. Peoples, an Essential Utilities company.
Your home for the Steelers. This is the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
This Coach's Challenge is brought to you by the law firm of Bordas & Bordas, a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Bordas & Bordas fighting for justice. Unfortunately, justice went against the Steelers on that one. Incomplete pass would have been a first down. Remember, they had second and a foot. Now they have 3rd and 11 after a penalty and a little misfire from Aaron Rodgers to Jonnu Smith, and then the review. And so now the Steelers have the ball at the 30-yard line on the right hash. Returning now from the TV timeout as Rodgers breaks the huddle. He's in the shotgun. He has Gainwell to his right, 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Chargers team that does not blitz a whole lot, showing 4-man pressure here. Gainwell motions out to the right. Rodgers lifts the foot, gets the snap. Chargers bring 4. Fired out to the right flat to Gainwell. Short pickup. Mickens knocks him out of bounds down about the 26-yard line or thereabouts. And out comes Chris Boswell and the Steelers field goal unit.
I would have loved to have seen Kenneth Gainwell, who was uncovered when he motioned from the backfield out to the right slot. They had 3 safeties deep in that situation. I would love to have seen a route that went up and in versus that flare route, because Mickens, all he had to do was just gather and just strafe across and attack downhill. I'd love to see a little bit more pressure pressed in the middle of that defense with the 4-man rush.
Here's the snap, here's the hold, here's the boot by Boswell, 45-yarder, and it is no good, wide right. Chris Boswell, he had a slip that caused a missed field goal. He had a blocked field goal. This is his first real true miss of the season from 45 yards out.
And it wasn't far. We talk about the accuracy of Chris Boswell from 50 and beyond, and just narrowly missing the crossbar on that one. I mean, you're talking about
upright,
4 to 6 inches from hitting the upright itself. Just sails right, which we saw in the kickoff. Cameron Dicker, same thing on his kickoff, going to that side when going to the right. So that might be a problem that we don't see up here, but might be something to keep and monitor as the game progresses.
So, by the way, we're still waiting for our first 3rd down conversion of the game, a 3-2 game, 13-10 mark of the second quarter. Chargers had the ball at their own 35-yard line. Monty Vidal is the lone setback. Matlock motions back, so it's an I formation behind Herbert, who throws out quickly to the right flat. It's complete, and it's going to be Trey Harris, who will pick up about 5 yards out to the 40-yard line. Stopped there by Darius Slay.
And that was a pre-snap adjustment by Justin Herbert. He looked, he saw off coverage to Trey Harris, and he went for the quick throw because Darius Slay was backed off, wasn't in man press. So you throw it what we call a now route adjustment when you see that little bit of window, because if you get 4 to 5 yards, you're saying that's just as good as a run play for this Chargers team, especially with a lot of backups in. Sometimes that's better than nothing.
2nd and 5. Herbert in the shotgun, gets a snap, throws out quickly to the left, and another big cushion there, complete to Quentin Johnston in the left flat, and Slay makes a tackle again, but an easy 8-yard pickup there. Wide cushion, and once again, looked very similar to the play before, just the other side of the field.
And the key was on Darius Slay as well. That's 2 times the receiver that Slay is on, giving them a little bit of a cushion pre-snap because they're taller receivers than Slay is, and now they're starting to make the Steelers defense pay when they see Slay in off coverage.
Right, and now you're thinking if he moves up a little bit, now maybe you try to run by him.
Double move, and go upfield on a shot play, especially if it's single high.
Yep, something we'll keep an eye on as we wind under 12 minutes here remaining in the first half. Herbert gets a snap, back to pass, throwing right, and there is that go route against Slay, but he wasn't fooled. Great coverage, incomplete, intended for Johnston up the right sideline.
I just said it, single high coverage. What was the coverage? Single high in that moment, and they took the shot and pressed coverage. So we're seeing it, they're trying it, but you got to divert it. So that was a good job by Darius Slay. Great job at the end, but ball over the head. And Darius Slay, good for him, it was over the head because he didn't turn around. He didn't turn his head around, and he didn't want to get a PI in that moment.
2nd and 10. Herbert motions Vidal next to him to his right in the shotgun. Steelers will show some pressure, but it's a handoff to Vidal, and he catches him and picks up 12 yards. Started left and cut back right. Steelers brought some pressure expecting the pass, but it's a 12-yard pickup, and Slay is down on his back at the 40-yard line as he was part of the stop of Vidal at the end of that run.
And Darius Slay slow to get up, turn to his side, and now we have medical staff out there tending to him. You hope it's nothing too serious. This secondary is taking a lot of beating over the season. I mean, we've lost guys in a lot of different situations. You hope Slay, a week ago, right? Messes up the hand, has to go into the locker room. Luckily, returns back to the game. But if Slay can't go, now your next guy in is going to be James Pierre as your other corner. And then we'll see how you deploy Jalen Ramsey, Kyle Duggar, and company. You have some secondary pieces, but not necessarily corner capable unless you move Jalen Ramsey out or James Pierre can't go.
Yeah, I mean, the Steelers are getting awfully thin on the back end of their defense. We already know Ramsey. You have Thornhill, who could come in and play some safety for you as well. Chuck Clark. But again, as Slay gets up and is between a couple of attendants here as he's walking off the field and heading toward the blue tent.
Helmet off as well.
Yep.
So you wonder, Red Hat or somebody goes in there with him. Not sure, but Missy Matthews, I'm sure, will keep us updated on the status.
And it is Pierre who has checked into the game. So Pierre and Eccles are in the cornerback position, and now Eccles actually jogs off the field. So the Steelers will go.
Yeah, Lil Peasy and James Pierre.
And this is that alignment we saw last week with 3 inside linebackers. And Harrison, oh no, I beg your pardon, Wilson is not in the game. So Peyton Wilson not in the game. It's Herbig who's in the game at the outside linebacker position on the right. Play action pass by Herbert. Throwing out to the right flat. It's complete to Gadsden, and he is knocked out of bounds by Jalen Ramsey. Pickup of 4 down to the 36-yard line.
Yeah, so looking like a more traditional front, right? More normal 3-4 alignment for the defense. And, Jalen Ramsey playing down in that slot position. Kyle Duggar playing deep, so a little bit of a different rotation. Normally, Ramsey's the deep guy, and Duggar's usually playing down in the box.
And it's Pierre who's the outside corner to the right, Joey Porter to the left. As Herbert gets a snap, jet sweep. This is Darius Davis, and Davis is hit. And, he is upended by James Pierre and slammed to the turf at SoFi Stadium. And the towels are out and waving. The Pittsburgh fans love that tackle.
Oh, that was one. Tried to go up, and, James Pierre said, all right, we're doing this. Old school WWE, WWF, AEW, WCW, whatever wrestling you are a fan of, this was a good old-fashioned Alabama slam right there.
Yeah.
Perfect technique, lifted the legs, and boom, that's a finishing move. I've seen that happen a number of times.
3rd and 2, Herbert in the shotgun, has Vidal to his left. 3 receivers split to the right. Herbert gets a snap, will give to Vidal off the right side, finds a crease, and picks up the first down across the 30 and down to the 26-yard line before Patrick Queen can wrap him up.
That play just a little inside zone to the right on that one.
And I believe the first 3rd down conversion for either team in the game.
Yeah, that is. Not the first down, but this is definitely the first 3rd down conversion, so this game has been tight, but right now you've got to figure out a way, if you're the Steelers defense, bend but don't break, and have an answer for this high-powered Chargers offense.
Slay heading to the locker room as the Chargers getting set for their 8th play of this drive. Herbert under center. Back to pass. Steelers bringing pressure, and he is going to be sacked, taken down from behind. Herbig was in on that, as well as, I believe, was that Duggar in there on the blitz?
Duggar blitzed as well, but Nick Herbig running the hula hoop over there on the right side on Trey Pipkins, and a great angle, great off, and then the guard even came backed out of there as well. Oh, sorry, Bradley Bozeman, the center, came out as well. Neither one of them could stop what Nick Herbig was bringing off the edge. It was a beautiful pass rush.
Yeah, Duggar came in late, but I think Herbig will get full credit for that sack. That'll give him 5.5 now, and he becomes the Steelers team leader in that department.
Again.
half a sack ahead of T.J. Watt. And now Herbig's moved to the left side. Jack Sawyer in there as well. 4-man rush coming. Herbert back. Pump fake over the middle on a crossing pattern as his man lad McConkey. McConkey inside the 15 and down to the 14-yard line. And that is enough for a first down for the Steelers. Or for the Chargers, I beg your pardon.
And Lad McConkey working in the middle of that trio on the right-hand side. Just has an inside angle on Brandon Eccles. Takes the slant to the inside, and Justin Herbert IDs it. And it was a great passing catch with Steelers playing off coverage in that zone, so nobody to really jump in front of the pass pattern.
First trip inside the red zone for the Chargers. Herbert is under center. Snap, fakes the pitch, rolls right, comes back left, and dropped by Gadsden on a crossing pattern right to left. A little bit low on that throw as Herbert was under some duress, and it brings up now a 2nd and 10 at the 7:44 mark here of the second quarter.
Yeah, trying to move the pocket, run action to the right, quarter boot out back to the left. Not quite a full naked route, but trying to move the pocket and give these tackles an opportunity to block in movement. And Aronde Gadsden, just the ball thrown a little bit too low for his liking.
Herbert has Vidal to his left in the shotgun. Steelers showing pressure, and they will bring it. Herbert hit as he throws, as Highsmith got in there, supplied the pressure, knocked Herbert down, and the throw wanders incomplete. It'll be 3rd and 10.
Hip check. Alex Highsmith went on an inside blitz move. Great job, and he's falling and just takes right at the legs, does not lead with the helmet, and he's actually slipping. Tackle Austin Deculus pushes him from behind.
That's why there was no flag. The crowd here on the replay wanted a flag. Thought he hit him too low.
Yeah, he didn't get hit low. He got pushed into him. Not going to say that was a Kimo von Oelhoffen, Carson Palmer play, but looked very similar.
3rd and 10. Steelers bring 4. Herbert back to pass. Herbert throws on the crossing pattern, incomplete and nearly intercepted on the deflection by Kyle Duggar. But the Steelers defense holds in the red zone, and the Chargers will be forced to try a field goal attempted to Ladd McConkey and nearly intercepted on the deflection.
And that one, Ladd McConkey, ball thrown a little bit high, and Kyle Duggar tried to go back and behind. That's a very tough angle for anybody to catch. But he had a shot at it, got the hands around it, and then kind of fumbled through his hands and bounced back up in the air. But a great attempt at it, and a good stop for the Steelers defense.
Dicker, the most accurate kicker in NFL history, has never missed from under 40 yards. This is a 32-yard attempt, and that kick by Dicker is up, and that kick by Dicker is good. 7:32 remains in the first half here at SoFi Stadium. Steelers football continues with a rather unlikely score. The Chargers 5.
Bottom of the 5th.
And the Steelers 3.
Beat the rush and get great deals during the Jeep Black Friday sales event. Now, well-qualified current FCA lessees can ultra-low mileage lease on the 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo X 4x4 for $379 a month for 42 months with $3,039 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra, no security deposit required. Call 1-888-925-Jeep for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Current vehicle must be registered to consumer at least 30 days prior to lease to qualify. Extra charge for miles over 26,250. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery from dealer stock by 12/1. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Hi, this is Bill Hillgrove. Life moves fast, but planning ahead doesn't have to be complicated.
Exactly, Bill. That's why NSS Life offers affordable life insurance and reliable annuities you can count on.
It's the peace of mind you've been looking for.
Because you're not just planning for tomorrow, you're building a future that lasts a lifetime.
NSS Life. Secure today, confident tomorrow.
NSS Life, where family matters.
Does your annual screening mammogram feel like another errand? Independence Health System is helping to make your health care easy. Just drive to one of our 5 convenient locations and walk in for your mammogram. No appointment or script needed. Walk in Wednesdays at 5 convenient locations. Visit www.independence.health/mammo. Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Hi, Western Pennsylvania. This is Edgar Snyder. I want to thank you for over 40 years of trusting my law firm. During those years, we've helped thousands of people just like you, our neighbors. We're here for you. We're here for our community. We're here for our region. If you've been seriously hurt in an accident and you need to talk to a lawyer, even if it's not us, if you do call us, know that you'll have the firm with over 40 years of experience fighting to get the money you deserve. And of course, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Your radio home for Steelers football is DVE.
We now pause for station identification on the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
We'll talk about this game starting tomorrow with the DVE Morning Show. Then, all week, we get you ready for the next game on your radio home of the Steelers, WDVE, Pittsburgh.
Well, it's obviously not a final score yet, but they had those scoregami things like the unusual scores.
Yeah.
I don't know who would have had 5-3 here. Chargers with 7:32 remaining in the first half.
Yeah, no, I mean that's like what, Super Bowl squares or something where you have to get like the weird numbers.
Dicker, the kickoff, and Gainwell takes it at his own 2-yard line, heads up the left side, and is knocked out of bounds by Delshawn Phillips as he got across the 25 down to about the 26-yard line. Missy Matthews with an injury update for each team.
All right, that's right. For Darius Slay, guys, he went to the locker room. He is questionable to return, being evaluated for a concussion. Justin Herbert on the sack by Nick Herbert kind of grabbed his lower left leg. Right now, he's still on the sideline, not in the blue tent, but it does look like trainers are starting to wrap his ankle and tape it up. I'll keep you posted if there's any designation for him.
Thank you, Missy. He's a big guy, but as we mentioned, he is taking the most quarterback hits of anybody in the league. Eventually, you would think that's going to take its toll.
And he's had ankle issues in the past in his career where he's been injured in the lower body region.
Ball is marked at the 28-yard line on the left hash. Steelers moving left to right in front of us. Rodgers in the shotgun, gets a snap. Back to pass, looking, steps up in the pocket, and is blistered by Bud Dupree as he gets to about the 26-yard line. That's the first sack of the year by Bud Dupree, as it's going to be a loss of a yard on the play.
And Bud Dupree just looping back to the inside. They ran what we call a TE game. Tackle comes straight up. The defensive end or outside backer loops back to the inside, right where Aaron Rodgers, where it kind of parted open for a second. And Aaron Rodgers still looking downfield trying to make a pass, and Bud Dupree catches him from the left side.
Right now, an outstanding group of pass rushers for the Chargers on their edge. Right now, advantage Chargers here in the pass rush department as Rodgers has been harried and sacked a couple times. Here's a handoff to Warren. Warren bounces out to the left. Flying up to make the hit is Molden as he gets to the 30-yard line. So a pickup of about 4 or so. And it's going to be a 3rd and long for the Steelers, still looking for their first 3rd down conversion of the game.
I was really hoping for that. It looked good on the outside as Jalen Warren went to bounce out of one tackle, but Elijah Molden came flying in and just dove at the legs of Jalen Warren and got him down.
Well, the Steelers, again, you start to think about now Chargers getting the ball to begin the second half. Right around that time where that starts to become a little bit of a thought process with just over 6 minutes remaining here in the first half. Rodgers, empty set, gets a snap. Back to pass. Looking, steps up, wants to go deep. Fires it for Calvin Austin, and it battered away at the last moment. Excellent play defensively by Nico Reed, who knocks it away from Austin. Boy, just needed one more foot, and it would have been a deep completion, but instead it's another 3 and out for the Steelers.
Yeah, and that's Nico Reed, rookie out of Oregon, on the coverage against Calvin Austin. Like you said, Calvin had about 2 steps on him, but ball just got a little bit low. It was going right for the hands. Would have liked a little more loft on that.
Here's Corliss Waitman with the punt. And Darius Davis calls for the fair catch inside his own 20-yard line. So good boot by Corliss Waitman. And with 5:49 remaining here in the first half, the Chargers will have the ball just inside their own 20-yard line from SoFi Stadium. Steelers football continues with the score: the Chargers 5, the Steelers 3.
Ford F-Series, a name you'll remember. They're the best-selling trucks in America and the official truck of the Pittsburgh Steelers, capable of towing, hauling, and being the MVP of your game day tailgate. They're here to help you score big. Go to neighborhoodfordstore.com and enter for a chance to win an F-150. You might just become the talk of Steelers Nation. F-Series, the best-selling trucks in Pittsburgh.
At FNB, we rewrote the rules of banking and made getting everything you need a whole lot easier. Experience the one-of-a-kind eStore Common app from FNB. Checking, savings, loans, credit cards. One application done in minutes. Just one common app for more than 40 business and consumer products. Can your bank do that? Didn't think so. Welcome to FNB. Let's get started at fnb-online.com. Loan subject to credit approval. FNB member FDIC.
Steelers fans expect a certain standard. That's true of the food they share on game day, too, which is why Giant Eagle is always part of the game plan. With fresh, high-quality food and everyday savings, it's easy to tailgate like a pro or feed the ravenous fans at home. For long touchdown runs and effortless grocery runs, Giant Eagle is here. Giant Eagle, official supermarket of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Welcome to Pond Lehocky Giordano, one of the largest workers' compensation law firms in the country. We know the playbook on injury law. It's how we've helped over 100,000 injured and disabled workers obtain benefits. And we know we can do the same for you. Even better, you don't pay a dime until we win your case. One conversation is all it takes to help you and your family get back on track. For any legal needs, give Pond Lehocky a call.
Steelers football happens here. The Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
And a reminder that our next broadcast on the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network will be next Sunday, the 16th, when the Pittsburgh Steelers host the Cincinnati Bengals. Steelers audio coverage will begin at 11 a.m. on Sunday, the 16th, here on the Steelers Audio Network. Snoop in the house. We know he's a Steelers fan, but he's in L.A. He's an LA guy.
Once again, that was the colors of his neighborhood, so we'll take it. And he was a fan in the 70s. Snoop, a great ambassador and great personality, I guess. You can't even call him a rapper anymore.
A pistol formation in the handoff of the right side to Vidal. And Vidal, a big gain. He picks up 10, maybe 11 yards out to the 30. So just a simple running play off the right side. And it is a first down here for the Chargers.
Second explosive run play for the Chargers in this first half. Something that we didn't give up 2 weeks ago and last week. We were able to stymie Josh Jacobs and Jonathan Taylor, but Kamani Vidal already ripped off 2 10-plus yard runs.
5:15 and counting remaining here in the first half. Herbert gets a snap, throws out quickly to the left flat to Johnston. It is complete, and he shakes loose of a tackler. Brandon Eccles kind of stayed with it, so it's a short pickup by Johnston out to about the 33-yard line, so called 2nd and 7.
And a good job of staying through. Brandon Eccles, the first one to attack and hold up Johnston as he called in for some reinforcements. Cam Hayward in on the second wave of guys, or the cavalry, so to speak, for the Steelers defense.
Yeah, nice job by Eccles kind of fighting through what was a little bit of a screen out there in the left flat. So 2nd and 7 now, 4:40 and counting remaining in the first half. Herbert gesturing to his left now, wants Vidal to join him in the backfield. He does, standing to his left, 3 receivers to the right. Herbert gets a snap, back to pass, and some pressure coming and throws it incomplete. There is a flag right in that area where Herbert was standing, and it is going to be holding against the Chargers.
Yes, that's what we need. That's another victory in the defensive book right there. When you have this offensive line, you've got to bring pressure, blitz up the middle.
Offense number 75. 10-yard penalty. 2nd down.
That's the former Raven Bradley Bozeman, and Patrick Queen, another former Raven, was calling for that.
Yeah, and Bradley Bozeman working with Cam Hayward, but then grabbing Patrick Queen, who was coming off on what we call a cross dog blitz, so a cross face by the nose tackle and the linebacker wrapping underneath on the opposite side on that cross dog. Kind of had a little arm bar action going against Patrick Queen.
Highsmith supplying some pressure as well. Now a 2nd and 17, the ball back at the 23-yard line. Herbert motions Vidal out to the right, throws it to him in the right flat. Spinning grab, has some blockers out there, heads up field, crashes into Jalen Ramsey out at the 35-yard line. But that is a nice gain of 12 yards for the Chargers to bring up a 3rd and 5 now.
Yeah, ran to the trip side of the formation on the right. So Kamani Vidal had 3 blockers in front of him as they threw the swing pass out to him, and trying to fight through, he just simply weaved his way up and got a nice gain there. So now you're back at 3rd and manageable for these Chargers. Let's see what the defense can do to stop them and prevent a first down.
Mark it at the 36, so it's 3rd and 4. Herbert in the shotgun. Steelers showing blitz, and they will bring the blitz. Herbert under duress, and down he goes. How about Keanu Benton? 4.5 sacks on the season for number 95.
Light work for 95. A great job whipping the block head up. It was a beautiful job. He was in the A-gap between Bradley Bozeman and Mekhi Becton and just simply worked the angle and got in between them. And as Herbert was holding and pumping, he splits through and takes Herbert down for a nice 3rd down stop. This is a great job by the Steelers defense in these 3rd down situations.
J.K. Scott standing back with his heels at his own 15-yard line, gets a snap. Here's the boot. And Keyshawn Williams will call for the fair catch at the 23-yard line of the Steelers with exactly 3 minutes remaining here in the first half. This season, the law firm of Bordas & Bordas will make a $500 donation to the Ronald McDonald House for every sack by the Steelers defense this preseason and regular season. The Steelers defense has collected 33 sacks so far this year, and Bordas & Bordas is on pace to donate $16,500 to the Ronald McDonald House. Bordas & Bordas fighting for justice. 2 sacks here in this game.
2 sacks in this game alone. And here's the thing. If you love defense, this is a great game. 1 one third down conversion between the two of these teams. 0 for 5 for the Steelers, 1 of 7 for the Chargers. 2 sacks apiece, 5 penalties, 3 and 2 respectively. No red zone success, 0 for 1 for the Chargers, and the Steelers were very briefly in the red zone. We won't even count it.
So 3 minutes remaining here exactly as the Steelers, with Aaron Rodgers under center, had the ball at their own 23-yard line. Rodgers taps both sides of his helmet. Anderson is in on the right side along with Darnell Washington. Here's the pitch to Jalen Warren to the right side and trying to find a little bit of crease, but kind of a slow developing play and a nice job by Eboigbu to come down and make the stop.
One more step to the outside, Jalen Warren. It was beautiful. They had set up the essential wall there. He cuts it back to the inside a little bit too much. I would have loved to see that press because both of the guys fell down on the outside. You could have did a quick little hurdle jump. Then you would have had green grass in there, but still a solid gain to start. We talk about 4 yards being the barometer. They got 4 yards there.
2:25 and counting remaining here in the first half. Gainwell's checked in. It's a 2nd and 6. Freiermuth in motion, right to left. Now 3 receivers to the left. Metcalf by himself to the right. Rodgers gets a snap, back looking right, fires over the middle of the field, intercepted. Overthrown for Metcalf, and it is picked off by Mickens, and Mickens returns it to the 36-yard line of the Steelers.
You were wondering when it was going to happen. Couple of overthrows early in this game for Rodgers. They stay in a 2-deep alignment even though they had the movement of 4 wide receivers, and Mickens just holds right over the top of the bracket there for DK Metcalf. You had Deion Henley in the underneath coverage, and Mickens just stood there. Ball sailed a little bit on him, and Mickens right there to pick it off and get a return and a first turnover of this game, and it goes against the Steelers and for the Chargers.
And the market at the 38-yard line, 2:09 remaining here in the first half, and you know what the Chargers are thinking. 2 scores here.
I was going to say double score opportunity is now in play. You only have to run 1 play before the 2-minute warning, and then you can kind of bleed down this clock, being already in Cameron Dicker's kicking zone.
Herbert in the pistol. Matlock is to his left, and Vidal next to him, or behind him, and Vidal gets the handoff off right guard, and Vidal cruises down to the 30-yard line before Jalen Ramsey makes a stop. Pickup of 8 on that first down run. And now it's time for the 2-minute warning timeout. Brought to you by Pond Lee Hockey Giordano. Injured at work or in an accident? Call Pond Lee Hockey for a free consultation. Their expert legal team will help every step of the way and get you and your family back on track. With a score, the Chargers 5, the Steelers 3. This is the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
The black and gold faithful always travel well to see the team on the road. And now Caliente and DVE give you a chance to become a road warrior. We're teaming up to send 2 lucky fans to watch the black and gold take on Detroit on December 21st in the Motor City. The winner receives tickets, airfare, and hotel stay for 2, plus a Caliente gift card. From Caliente, 7-time World Pizza Champions and now the official pizza of WDVE. Deadline to enter is November 30th. Register at any Caliente location or at dve.com.
Feeling sluggish, unmotivated, or just not quite yourself? Low testosterone might be to blame. At Castle Rock Hormone Health, they help men reclaim their energy, confidence, and drive. Now through November 30th, get your lab draw for just $149 and start Castle Rock's proven testosterone therapy for just $149 a month for your first 3 months. Don't wait to feel like yourself again. Call now, 412-684-4478, or visit crhh-pittsburgh.com. Castle Rock Hormone Health. Let's live the I'm not done lifestyle together.
Where the average Joe can buy like a pro. CGR Wholesale.
You win every time you buy from CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply Center. The team there is your first line of defense. They'll help you save time and money with their powerful fleet of delivery trucks, and their new showroom is now open. Score big with Provia Siding, Owens Corning Shingles, Trex and TimberTech Decking, and more. They've got everything you need under one roof to get you to the red zone. Check them out online at cgrwholesaleroofing.com.
Hey Pittsburgh, this is Will Howard with the Pittsburgh Steelers. I know what teamwork and a winning tradition are all about, and so does the team at Calusi Chevrolet. Having been in business for over 107 years, they know what it takes to keep customers coming back year after year. Things like great pricing, great selection, and great service after the sale. So take it from me, Will Howard. There's never been a better time to buy or better dealer to buy from. Calusi Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Randy Baumann Mornings and Steelers Football, DVE.
2-minute warning here at SoFi Stadium. The Chargers leading 5-3. They have a safety, and the two teams have a field goal each. A missed field goal by Chris Boswell, and then an interception here thrown by Aaron Rodgers. R.J. Mickens, his second pick in the last 3 games. And it is a 2nd and 3 with the ball at the 31-yard line. Herbert turns, gives to Vidal. Vidal trying to sprint to the corner. Jalen Ramsey in pursuit, drags him down, but not till Vidal gets a first down. And so actually Patrick Queen in pursuit. So it'll be a first down for the Chargers at the 27-yard line of the Steelers. And no hurry here with the Chargers huddling up with 1:40 remaining. And the Chargers have all 3 timeouts at their disposal.
Yeah, this is one of the things they want to bleed clock. They only give the ball back to the Steelers in a 2-minute offense. If I can take as much time off the clock here, I want to try and ride it out. They got a new set of downs, so they'll be able to bleed as much time as they want.
Trey Harris motioning right now, settles back to the left. 3 receivers in that direction. Flung out quickly to the right flat. And it is Quentin Johnson making a move. Makes the man miss out on the right flat. That was Thornhill. And scoots up to the 20-yard line where a 6-yard gain will present a 2nd and 4 for the Chargers.
Yeah, double juke there against James Pierre, who slips. He tries to clip the leg, but Peyton Wilson comes in as secondary support to save what could have been an even bigger play from happening.
So call it a 7-yard pickup, 2nd and 3. Herbert gets a snap, back to pass, looking right, out pattern to Gadsden. Gadsden makes the reception, knocked out of bounds by Peyton Wilson at the 13. Just a short gain, and now it will bring up a 3rd down and about 1.5 yards or so.
And this is where, when we talk about those games against Cincinnati with Joe Flacco, right? When you have a skilled quarterback, he's just looking at the mismatch and just trying to dink and dunk. A lot of quick out plays, a lot of short route patterns to get the ball out, because Justin Herbert, probably, Missy talked about that spat. That's something that could be affecting him and his mobility. You don't want to put him in pressure. So it's like, hey, we got to take these short routes, so you got to make some run after the catch happen.
Yeah, 49 seconds remaining here in the first half. And, a lot of the talk here as the Chargers are going to be facing a 3rd and 1 out of this timeout. A lot of talk was, look, they missed Rashawn Slater. He signed him to a huge contract. He was hurt before
literally
the season
2 days after he signed that deal.
Joe Alt, their outstanding right tackle, moves to left tackle. He got hurt last week. The guy who came in and started at right tackle, Bobby Hart, he got hurt last week. The Steelers are coming off a 5-sack performance. They're not only talking about that in Pittsburgh, they're talking about that in L.A. So I think a lot of these quick passes, in addition to trying to find some mismatches, is to try to keep Herbert out of harm's way. He's already been sacked twice in this game.
And so I just saw a stat on the screen. T.J. Watt has been chipped by 1 or 2 guys on top of the primary blocker 102 times so far this season. The most by 40 snaps of the next closest guy, which is Myles Garrett.
Herbert in the shotgun as Vidal to his right. Steelers showing some pressure. Vidal will get the handoff, trying to sweep around left end, and he's going to get there. Chased down by Keanu Benton, but just has enough for the first down at the 11-yard line as we wind under 40 seconds remaining. Clock rolling here.
3-second differential between the game clock and the actual play clock. So you wonder if they're going to try and go one more time since they have a fresh set of downs and take a timeout.
And they do have 2 timeouts remaining here, but 22, 21, 20 seconds remaining. Herbert gets a snap, looking right, pump fakes, throws an out pattern, and it's caught. No, it's knocked away by Pierre. Keenan Allen had it in his hands, but Pierre aggressively ripped it out of there with 16 seconds remaining.
Right arm stronger than 2-hand catch. That's what happened there. James Pierre lodged the hand in between the hands and the chest, so Keenan Allen couldn't pull it against his chest as he went to the ground, and just rips the ball out. Great play by James Pierre, and a great job of ball seeking.
0 receptions for Keenan Allen.
Very quiet first half for Keenan Allen indeed.
Herbert in the shotgun. Allen motions out to the right. Steelers showing 4-man rush. That's what they'll bring. Allen back, throwing on a crossing pattern as a man wide open. It's Ladd McConkey, and it's a touchdown for the Chargers with 12 seconds remaining here in the first half. Just a quick slant up the middle of the field. McConkey was wide open, and Herbert put it right on him.
Yeah, Ladd McConkey, a very skilled receiver from that slot position. Steelers running zone, so Jalen Ramsey had the back positioning as he came inside and just took a bad angle. McConkey just kind of wiggled past Brandon Eccles and in between Jalen Ramsey.
So the score is 11-3 pending the extra point attempt here by Dicker. Snap. Here's the kick. That kick is up, and that kick is good. And 12 seconds remain in the first half, and this is a bad scenario for the Steelers. The interception thrown by Rodgers. Mickens returns it to the 38-yard line. The Chargers use up almost all the clock, all but 12 seconds. They'll get the ball to begin the second half. This is not a good ending to this first half for the Steelers.
Not a good ending at all, and of course the first touchdown of the game going in the Chargers' favor, and now you've got a ugly situation. You're down 9 going into the half, and that's more than a possession, so it's a 2-possession game now as they're down. You would like to say that you had some momentum early in this game, kind of cracked a little bit, and that sudden change of possession, the turnover now becomes a 7-point, and you've got to regroup really fast, rest, and come out and defend the momentum that now the Chargers have garnered after scoring this touchdown right before the half.
When you think about the big plays, Jonnu Smith open, the throw a little high, and then they check it out on review, and it's an incomplete pass instead of a first down at the 11, and then a holding penalty as this ball is just taken by Dicker and booted through the end zone. They'll allow the Steelers to get the ball at the 35-yard line with 12 seconds remaining. Steelers have 2 timeouts, so there's been a play here or there, then the interception obviously, and now the thing's tilting in the Chargers' favor. And this will be interesting here. 12 seconds, as you mentioned, Boswell was drilling them from 65 yards. So if you can get about, say, 18 yards on a pickup here, call a quick timeout, you can maybe get a field goal here before the end of the half.
Yeah, like I said, anywhere from that bolt sign that stretches from 40 to 40, Chris Boswell was nailing them in warm-ups earlier. So I have to think that they're going to be aggressive and try and get that and get a timeout immediately.
This was an interesting decision by the Chargers. We talked about their troubles in covering kicks, so this is what they've elected to do. Give the Steelers 12 seconds here. Rodgers in the shotgun. Gets the snap. Back to pass. Looking. Now rolls out to his left. Looking downfield. Fires on a crossing route. And nearly intercepted. Incomplete. Intended for Roman Wilson in Chargers territory. Down at the 38-yard line. And only 1 second remains here in the first half. Now you might change your mind.
I don't like this clock guy because that was incomplete. Thank you.
Okay.
He ran it on purpose and then stopped it at the 1. That ball was out of the hands and an incompletion. Like I said, I thought it was like 4 seconds, so I'm happy that I was off by 1 on that one. But yeah, give them 5 seconds. Let them cook for one more play.
Right, and you could conceivably get a decently long out pattern here, but guess what? The Chargers know that too, right? You'd assume they're going to be defending the boundary here. 2 seconds on the play clock, 1, and they do get the snap off. Rodgers, quick slant pattern in and out of the hands of Calvin Austin, incomplete. Now there's 1 second remaining.
Oh, now the clock guy wants to be good. Now he wants to be on top of his game.
Even so, I'm not sure what happens there. If he catches that pass.
Catches, falls down, and you try to shoot an immediate. It might have went to 0 anyway.
They're inbounds, and
yeah, that's a tough one. But Calvin Austin, usually a sure-handed receiver, missed that one, bounced right off of his hands on that last play, running just a little slot seam route down the right side.
This passing game just has not been in sync for the Steelers. And now Rodgers with 1 second remaining, ball at the 35-yard line. Oh, the Chargers want to use a timeout here. Well, you got him.
I mean, you can't take him with you.
Right.
So might as well smoke them if you got them, right?
They had 3 defenders all the way back at their own 30-yard line. They have no intention of getting beat. We did see Aaron Rodgers at the end of that game against the Bengals throw it 70 yards in the air. Maybe they're reminding him he could try to do that here.
He can do it.
Right.
Don't think that he won't in that situation. Like you said, 1 second left. No harm, no foul here potentially of trying to get everybody down the field as fast as possible and try and make some magic happen.
Yeah, it didn't look like they were set up for that kind of a play, but we'll see here as game mode to the right of Rodgers in the shotgun. Rodgers, the snap, throws out quickly to the right, and this is complete to Roman Wilson, and Wilson will scoot up the sideline and out of bounds, and that's the way the first half ends. And that is the end of the second quarter, brought to you by your neighborhood Ford store. The F-150 is the official truck of the Pittsburgh Steelers. With a score, the Chargers 12, the Steelers 3. The UPMC halftime report is up next on the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
Clementina is a specialty candle business that was born out of the desire for a unique, safe, clean-burning alternative to the mass-produced candles available in so many places today. All of Clementina candles are handmade out of organic soy wax and scented with fragrances that are phthalate-free to ensure that you are able to enjoy your candles without the worry of any unwanted side effects. Clementina candles are individually designed and made, making each one a unique experience. Visit ClementinaHandmade.com.
Ford F-Series, a name you'll remember. They're the best-selling trucks in America and the official truck of the Pittsburgh Steelers, capable of towing, hauling, and being the MVP of your game day tailgate. They're here to help you score big. Go to neighborhoodfordstore.com and enter for a chance to win an F-150. You might just become the talk of Steelers Nation. F-Series, the best-selling trucks in Pittsburgh.
The Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network proudly presents Steelers Football 2025. Brought to you in part by Giant Eagle, the official supermarket of Steelers Nation. By your neighborhood Ford store. The F-150 is the official truck of the Pittsburgh Steelers. By Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. By the Pennsylvania Lottery. Play PA Lottery online and get a first-time deposit match up to $1,000. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day. By Pennsylvania One Call System. Call 811 before you dig. By Pepsi, the official soft drink sponsor of the Pittsburgh Steelers. By PNC, the official bank of the Pittsburgh Steelers. By Schneider Downs. Discover the value of big thinking with a personal focus at schneiderdowns.com. By Steelers Pro Shop. Get it direct from the team at the Steelers Pro Shop at shop.steelers.com. By UPMC, the official healthcare provider and health plan of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And by RE/MAX Select Realty. Visit RE/MAXSelectPittsburgh.com.
Welcome to the UPMC Halftime Report on the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network. UPMC, the official healthcare provider and health plan of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Wes Schuler with you here at SoFi Stadium, where the Chargers lead Pittsburgh 12-3 at the half. The Steelers' first half recap is brought to you by PNC Bank, the official bank of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and brilliantly boring since 1865. Steelers started with the football. They went 3 and out. The Chargers did the same on their first possession. However, a poor punt set the Steelers up in good field position. Chris Boswell able to convert from 59 yards out, and the Steelers led 3-0 just a little over 4 minutes into this one. But Khalil Mack making a play, tackling Aaron Rodgers for a safety with just 5:09 left in the first quarter. That cut the lead to 3-2. Midway through the second quarter, Cam Dicker true from a 32-yard field goal after a 13-play, 51-yard drive for LA. That gave the Chargers a 5-3 advantage. And then just right before the half there, with just 12 seconds left in the second quarter, Herbert finds McConkey, 15-yard touchdown pass, and the Chargers lead 12-3 after 30 minutes. We'll take a look at the NFL scoreboard when we return on the other side. You're listening to the UPMC Halftime Report on the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
No matter the project, it's always safer with Always Safe. Providing traffic control, flagging, and other smart work zone preparation and planning. Always Safe has a well-trained crew to ensure that your project is as safe as possible. Always Safe has competitive pricing with 24/7 year-round crews available in Pennsylvania, Ohio, and West Virginia. For a quote, visit awsafe.net. That's awsafe.net. Always Safe, making traffic safe again.
I'm Jamie Bordas. What makes our law firm great are a lot of the same things that make the Steelers great. We're tough. We fight. We win. We understand that it takes great preparation to get great results. We've been successful for years, yet every day we still strive to be better. We're a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Steelers because we're a lot like them. Oh yeah, we also hate the Ravens.
Bordas and Bordas, fighting for justice.
Enjoy awesome deals Monday through Friday from 3 to 5 p.m. 2 awesome hours. 5 awesome favorites at discount prices, including our soup, salad, bread, nacho, and dessert bar for only $9.99. $10.99 whitefish, $11.99 soft chicken, and sirloin tips and more. And for our lunch diners, we also have another awesome deal. Get our soup, salad, nacho, bread, and dessert bar for just $9.99. Monday through Friday from 11 to 3. Dine-in only. No other discounts apply.
Horses, steak, and sea house. Horses is hospitality.
We see you. Your calendar's color-coded. Your outfit for tomorrow is already laid out. You have everything in Tupperware labeled in your fridge. You buy in bulk. You meal prep. You know what you're doing in 2027. You're a planner. And we're here to say you don't have to do it all. S&T Bank makes banking easy. From our friendly team to our online and mobile solutions, we do more so you can do less. Stop by your local branch. Visit stbank.com or call 800-325-2265. S&T Bank. Member FDIC.
This is Game Day with the Pittsburgh Steelers on DVE. We now pause for station identification on the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
We'll talk about this game starting tomorrow with the DVE Morning Show. Then, all week we get you ready for the next game on your radio home of the Steelers, WDVE Pittsburgh.
Halftime here at SoFi Stadium where the Chargers lead the Steelers 12-3. Let's take a look at the NFL scoreboard. It's brought to you by Number One Cochran, the preferred auto group of the Pittsburgh Steelers. In Berlin, not Munich. In Berlin, the Colts take down the Falcons 31-25 in overtime. The Colts bouncing back with a win overseas. Chicago continuing their impressive season. They take down the Giants 24-20 at home. Houston bouncing back and staying alive without C.J. Stroud. They come back to beat Jacksonville 36-29. A surprising result in Miami where the Dolphins handled the Buffalo Bills 30-13. The Ravens went to Minnesota, beat the Vikings 27-19. The Jets get another win on the season over another team from Ohio. They get their first home win of the year, 27-20 over the Browns. In a battle of two really good teams, an entertaining game earlier today, New England goes into Tampa Bay and wins 28-33. And the Seattle Seahawks continue to roll and look like one of the best teams in the NFL. They defeated Arizona 44-22 at home. When we return, we'll break down the first half stats. You're listening to the UPMC Halftime Report on the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
Need business-grade internet, unified communications, or fiber services that won't let you down? Armstrong Business Solutions delivers performance, reliability, and security for all your connectivity needs. Stay ahead with ultra-fast business internet, Wi-Fi Pro, and managed security, perfect for businesses of any size. Keep communications smooth with unified voice, including customized greetings, departmental call flow, and premium color screen handsets. Call 1-877-277-5705. Armstrong Business Solutions. Connect smarter, perform better, compete stronger.
The black and gold faithful always travel well to see the team on the road. And now Caliente and DVE give you a chance to become a road warrior. We're teaming up to send 2 lucky fans to watch the black and gold take on Detroit on December 21st in the Motor City. The winner receives tickets, airfare, and hotel stay for 2, plus a Caliente gift card. From Caliente, 7-time World Pizza Champions and now the official pizza of WDVE. Deadline to enter is November 30th. Register at any Caliente location or at dve.com.
Steelers fans, your team is a powerhouse. Are you ready for another great game here in the Steel City?
Absolutely. And let's take a minute to talk about the other powerhouse in town. Been the best for 48 years straight. Got the grit and strength to take on anything. It's an MVP here in Pittsburgh.
Ford F-Series.
Best-selling trucks in Pittsburgh and in America. Now, how about that young duo on offense?
That's the next powerhouse on our radar.
F-150, the official truck of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yo, it's Mark Madden. If you're shopping for a new TV or appliance, Voss TV and Appliance is the only store for you. Voss is a locally owned family business with the buying power of a big box store. Visit my guys Rick or Matt at Voss TV and Appliance and get up to a $3,000 mail-in rebate on Cafe brand appliances. Voss TV and Appliance, serving Pittsburgh more than 6 decades with the lowest prices in town, guaranteed. Visit Voss TV and Appliance at VossTV.com or call 412-650-VOSS.
The Pittsburgh Steelers play here on DVE.
Back at SoFi Stadium where the Chargers lead the Steelers 12-3 at the half. Let's take a look at your first half stats. They're brought to you by Schneider Downs. Discover the value of big thinking with a personal focus at SchneiderDowns.com. Aaron Rodgers, not the best first half for him in the black and gold. 7 of 14 for 64 yards and an interception. Was sacked by Khalil Mack in the end zone for that safety as well, too. Jaylen Warren, 7 carries for 28 yards. Caleb Johnson, 2 carries for just 3 yards. However, not not much going through the air. Metcalf has 1 for 19. Washington 1 for 15. Freiermuth 1 for 9. Looking at the Chargers side of things here, Herbert 13 of 22, 91 yards and the touchdown pass there at the end of the half to McConkey. Vidal leading the way on the ground for the Chargers, running hard, 8 carries for 49 yards for him. Team stats before I get up out of here. Just 3 first downs in the first half for the Steelers, 9 for the Chargers. Pittsburgh 0 of 6 on third downs. The Chargers 2 of 8. Total net yards through 30 minutes, just 85 for the Steelers, 134 for LA. Thanks to Caliente Pizza and Draft House for feeding our crew tonight back at studio headquarters. Caliente Pizza and Draft House, the pizza of champions. I'm Wes Schuler, and you've been listening to the UPMC Halftime Report. UPMC, the official healthcare provider and health plan of the Pittsburgh Steelers. We'll have the second half kickoff with Rob, Missy, and Max right after this. You are listening to the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
Sometimes the biggest business challenges are the ones you don't even know you have. Schneider Downs helps clients solve those challenges. Tax and accounting, digital consulting and cybersecurity, risk management and advisory. Learn about big thinking with a personal focus at SchneiderDowns.com.
Jerry Wargenis from the Gateway Clipper. Host your wedding, social event, or corporate dinner and showcase the city to your guests. Destination entertainment with dinner, drinks, and unbeatable sights. Book your boat today. Visit GatewayClipper.com for information.
From last-second game-winning field goals to 98-yard kickoff returns, football is exciting. But as the official bank of the Pittsburgh Steelers, PNC prefers to be steady and boring, like a solid ground game that eats up the clock. A strategy that scored a lot of financial wins over the last 160 years. And while our customers may not wear our name on the back of jerseys, Steelers fans can get 20% off regularly priced merchandise with the Pittsburgh Steelers PNC Bank debit card. A pretty exciting option play if you ask us. Find out more at pnc.com/SteelersCard. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
The Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network proudly presents Steelers Football 2025. Brought to you in part by 84 Lumber, a dynasty partner of the Pittsburgh Steelers. By Pella Windows, viewed to be the best. By Clearview Federal Credit Union. For every touchdown the black and gold score in 2025, Clearview Federal Credit Union will donate $500 to the Light of Life mission. Clearview, your financial partner for a better life. Visit clearviewfcu.org. By Iron Workers Local Union Number 3. We don't go to the office, we build it. By Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. By Henny Jewelers. Pittsburgh's choice jewelry store for engagement rings, luxury jewelry, and watches. By Giant Eagle, the official supermarket of Steelers Nation. By South Hills Kia. South Hills Kia has the ride and a price you'll love. By CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply Center, where the average Joe can buy like a pro. By Iron Workers Local Union Number 3. We don't go to the office, we build it. And by First National Bank. Can your bank do that? Welcome to FNB. Let's get started. Member FDIC.
Tonight's second half preview is brought to you by the Pennsylvania Lottery. Play to win with the Pennsylvania Lottery. Visit p8lottery.com or download the app today. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day. Missy Matthews.
Well, guys, Coach Tomlin was asked about his quarterback and some of the things that didn't go right in the first half. He said he has all of the confidence in number 8. They're going to keep snapping the ball, going out there and trying to make plays.
Yep, Missy, thank you very much. Down 12-3 at the half. Late touchdown by the Chargers, who get the ball now to begin the second half. Chris Boswell, the approach, the boot is going to be taken by Travion Williams. Moving right to left in front of us at his own 6. Right up the numbers, now slants to the left portion of the field and is taken down. Carson Bruner in the stop, as well as Williams defensively for the Steelers. So now the Chargers will take over, and neither team exactly an offensive juggernaut. 134 yards for the Chargers in the first half, 85 for the Steelers. So the defense did a pretty good job, but again, time and possession in favor of the Chargers. Got to find a way to come up with a stop and get the ball back.
Yeah, and you have Kamani Vidal, 8 carries, 49 yards, 6.1 average. And here's the other thing, 2 of 8 on third downs for the Chargers. Of course, one of those coming on that last drive. Steelers 0 for 6, though, in this game.
Pistol formation and now early movement here for the Chargers. So a little bonus for the Steelers.
Offense, number 42, 5-yard penalty. First down.
Exactly the opposite of what happened in the first half. Remember, the Steelers had not snapped the ball yet, and they got an Andres Pete illegal procedure penalty.
Same spot in the field,
Same spot in the field. So now Max.
Yeah,
we're manifesting that reverse mogenation to.
Yes,
we're bringing our inner wolf out here, right? We're reverse mogenating.
Yep, no cross mogenation, just pure reverse mogenation.
1st and 15 for Herbert in the shotgun. Points to his left, raises his foot, extends the arm, gets the snap, and now an offside here. This one looks like it's going to be against the Steelers. This is batted by Cam Hayward. Back to Herbert, who caught it on the ricochet back at the 25, but it looks like the Chargers are going to get that 5 yards right back. It looked like Highsmith jumped off the right edge.
It did. It looked like that.
Offside, defense number 56. A 5-yard penalty. We play first down.
Okay, we're going to tuck manifestation and reverse mogenation away for now. So it is going to be a 1st and 10. And now the clock running again. The clock had stopped after the first penalty, and it's running now. So the ball, 1st and 10 at the 32-yard line of the Chargers. Herbert now under center. Motioning back is Fisk to be a fullback here and run straight up the middle, and a short pickup of just a yard or two. Malik Harrison and Keanu Benton in the stop for the Steelers after a pickup of maybe a yard or two for Vidal. And they have to stop something here, Max. We talk about the running game. We saw this happen in Cincinnati where they had the passing game going, but don't forget Chase Brown had a big running game.
He did.
You know, you'd be nice here to force the Chargers into being a little more one-dimensional.
You got to make a decision. Like you did last week against the Colts, you said we're going to take the run away and force the ball into Daniel Jones' hands. Make a decision here, whether you want Justin Herbert, to harm you, or do you want Kamani Vidal? You can't allow them to be balanced and two-dimensional with any option available.
2nd and 8. Herbert in the shotgun. Gets a snap, back to pass, looking right, batted down. T.J. Watt rejected it, and it'll bring up a 3rd and 8.
Okay, so pass is under duress. That's a good start for this second half. But I'll tell you what, we talked about how T.J. Watt, that was his first pressure of the game. He was 0 for 16 on rushing snaps at the end of the first half. So you got this opportunity in the second half, and there's a pressure and a pass deflection. So T.J. Watt starting to see a little bit more.
And he raises his arms up and wants the crowd cheering, and it is. Standing up, towels waving, a ton of Steelers fans here trying to make some noise on this 3rd and 8. Herbert back, looking right, fires over across the middle, and on a crossing pattern, it's a first down taken in by Keenan Allen, his first reception of the game out across the 40-yard line, and so they're going to mark it out at the 47, actually, and so a 3rd down conversion from the Chargers to begin this second half.
And that was a rub route, not a pick route, as Aronde Gaston was coming behind him and actually picked off the corner that was in tow of Keenan Allen. So that one a legal play, but still one of those questionable, and that's how Keenan Allen was able to break free.
Herbert under center, broken eye to the right. Turn, give to Vidal straight up the middle, and nothing doing. He is stacked up and driven back. Derek Harmon at the bottom of the pile, and no gain on that play.
So Derek Harmon was kind of pedestrian early on in the first half. I was watching him get blocked on some of the zone stuff and getting washed right there. Does a great job spinning out of the pressure the offensive line was pressing and was right in the hole for Kamani Vidal. That's what we're going to need in the second half. More Derek Harmon, Y.A. Black, and company to be able to create that internal pressure up the middle of the offensive line.
Black actually had the initial hit in that play. He and Harmon, the two rookies, combining on the stop. 2nd and 10. Vidal to the left of Herbert, who gets a snap, back to pass. Looking, steps up, throws over the middle of the field, and knocked away. Quentin Johnson had it, and James Pierre, second time this game, he's gotten the hand in there and knocked the ball away.
2 PBUs for 4-2. Gotta love that. Great job by James Pierre working on the taller receiver in Quentin Johnston, but playing tough like a pit bull there, and a nice job right at the end because Johnston sealed it in his chest, and Pierre just came and swiped down on a hard swipe on both of the forearms to knock the ball loose.
3rd and 10. T.J. Watt lined up to the left. Highsmith to the right. Cameron Hayward is on his feet, not down in a three-point stance. Herbig's down in a three-point stance. 4-man rush coming in as the snap is taken, and down he goes. Sacked. And that's Highsmith, the reigning AFC Player of the Week, and his second sack of the game.
Beautiful job there. Nick Herbig and T.J. Watt lined up on the offensive right, defensive left. They provide pressure, which pushes the guard and the tackle out. So as Alex Highsmith loops underneath, The center doesn't have an opportunity to get back into it. Herbert's forced out to the right into the jaws of 56, Alex Highsmith. Great sack, great defensive structure there.
So 1 by Herbig and 2 by Highsmith in this game for the Steelers. I beg your pardon, Benton has a sack. Here's the high kick, and Williams will take it. At his own 8-yard line. That was close to interference on the catch, but juggled it, caught it at the 8-yard line, which is where the Steelers will have their opening possession of the second half from SoFi Stadium. Steelers football continues with a score: the Chargers 12, the Steelers 3.
Barry Warjonas here from the Gateway Clipper. Let us be your destination for date night, celebrations, and memories on the water. Join us Saturdays on the Captain's Dinner Cruise, a real Pittsburgh tradition, featuring an all-new menu for 2025. For tickets, visit gatewayclipper.com.
Hi, Western Pennsylvania. This is Edgar Snyder. I want to thank you for over 40 years of trusting my law firm. During those years, we've helped thousands of people just like you, our neighbors. We're here for you. We're here for our community. We're here for our region. If you've been seriously hurt in an accident, you need to talk to a lawyer, even if it's not us. If you do call us, know that you'll have the firm with over 40 years of experience fighting to get the money you deserve. And of course, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Score big at Don's Appliances. Upgrade your kitchen with Whirlpool and KitchenAid appliances. Perfect for tailgate snacks and halftime feasts. Get free next day delivery and guaranteed lowest prices. Shop DonsAppliances.com.
In Pittsburgh, toughness isn't just on the field, it's in our DNA. At U.S. Steel, we've been making American-made steel for nearly 125 years. Strong, resilient, and built to perform under pressure. From stadiums and skyscrapers to the cars and appliances you count on every day, our steel powers progress. Proudly forged in the heart of steel country, U.S. Steel is built for what's next, because in Pittsburgh, we know what it takes to win. U.S. Steel, American-made, Pittsburgh proud.
It's Max Starks for my friends at Clearview Federal Credit Union. Clearview is here to help you reach your financial goals and support our community every step of the way. This season, they're giving back through Touchdowns for Hope, donating $500 to Light of Life Rescue Mission for every Pittsburgh touchdown. That's just one way Clearview shows up for those who need it most. Visit clearviewfcu.org/touchdown to learn more and open an account today. That's clearviewfcu.org/touchdown.
We bleed black and gold. This is the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
11:44 remains, third quarter. Steelers force the punt by the Chargers. Want to clean something up. Benton with a sack, Highsmith with a sack, Herbig with a sack. So,
yes,
all three of those guys, I think I was shifting different sacks around to different people. They each have one.
There was only 3 eligible 50s numbers who could possess a sack, so, you weren't that far off.
Yeah, I had 3 sacks by 4 people, 4 sacks. Anyway, we got it now.
We're not going to worry about it.
Ball's at the 8-yard line.
3 people.
Of the Steelers. Moving left to right in front of us. And as we heard Missy Matthews talking about with Mike Tomlin say all the confidence in the world for Aaron Rodgers. He's going to break the huddle here with 3 receivers. Tight end is Darnell Washington. And the lone setback will be Jalen Warren. And Rodgers will saunter up under center. Rodgers has Warren behind him, and he'll pitch to Warren, trying the right side, gets to the edge. Hurdles over a man, down the right sideline, across the 20, and out to the 22-yard line, leapt over Cam Hart. What a run by Warren.
Woo! Talk about starting off with a bang right there. You have got to be kidding me. Cam Hart thought he had him dead to rights. And just like an Olympic hurdler, Jalen Warren does not lose stride at all. And a great explosive play for a first down here to start this second half drive for the Steelers.
14-yard pickup for the Steelers, who now come out with 3 tight ends and DK Metcalf. Lone setback is Warren. Rodgers once again under center. Rodgers gets a snap and will give to Warren. Warren starts left, cuts back to the right, and is going to be tackled by Deshaun Hand, but not till he crosses the 25. Gets out close to the 27, so about a 5-yard pickup.
I mean, that's 19 yards in 2 plays. I think we're finding a little bit of mojo here with this run game. Just lining up 2 tights, 1 on each side, a wing over there, and DK Metcalf as the extra wide receiver on the outside, but a great job early on of the Steelers establishing the line of scrimmage.
Now a stop and play here as one of the Chargers is down. I think that it looks like Tier Tart. And so Tart is going to be attended to. You know, the Chargers came in here with only 4 defensive linemen on the roster. Deshaun Hand started the first 5 games of the season for him, was on the IR. He was activated, so that gives him 5. But don't forget, too, and you and I were talking about this week, Scott Matlock.
You still got a guy.
He's the fullback. He's much like Patrick Ricard. He started as a defensive tackle, moved to fullback, and I was watching him in pregame warmups, and he did take a few snaps with the defensive lineman against the offensive lineman as Tart is up and walking off the field. Hey, stay tuned after the game for the Mike Tomlin post-game press conference brought to you by your neighborhood Ford store. The F-150 is the official truck of the Pittsburgh Steelers. So 2nd and 5, 10:34 remains here in the first half. And the Steelers with Aaron Rodgers huddling up as the Steelers moving left to right in front of us, trailing 12-3. They get an initial stop on the opening drive of the second half by the Chargers. A 14-yard run by Warren for a first down, followed by a 5-yard run, and now Rodgers in the shotgun as Warren to his right. 2 tight ends to the right of the formation, 2 receivers, including Pat Freiermuth, split out to the left with DK Metcalf. Rodgers gets the snap, gives to Warren on the delay, bounces to the left, and gets out to about the 30. DK Metcalf came in and was shoving him forward, but not much more progress after that. It's going to bring up a 3rd and 2.
That was a good surge after the initial stymie at the line of scrimmage, and Jaylen Warren just fit in right behind Spencer Anderson and company. And now we're sitting at a nice 3rd and short. This should be something when we talk about we need a 3rd down conversion.
0 for 6 the Steelers thus far in the game.
Just one. Just get one right now.
Get it started here. The ball set up on the left hash. 8 on the play clock as the Steelers break the huddle. Now 6, 5, 4. Rodgers moves. Gainwell to his right, and now Rodgers is going to have to use a timeout. The Steelers just did not get things moving quickly enough. Well, a flag came in.
Yeah, they called it. Well, the deep guy did not see it, but the referee saw it from behind.
Before the play clock ran out, timeout, offense. 30-second timeout.
Don't like you, deep judge. Pay attention. Check the temperature in the room.
Well, it was a very sort of, it wasn't a demonstrative timeout call.
Referee's right there. You just got to, boom, hey, hit the tee.
Yep.
Hit the tee right there.
Yep, hit the tee.
This deep judge does not need to know if it's a timeout or not.
No.
But we can see he is the clock police on that one.
He was the clock police on that one. So Roman Wilson is checked into the game. Jonnu Smith out. And the Chargers will make a defensive substitution as well, bringing a linebacker off the field and adding an extra defensive back.
Yeah, clock management has been something also that's been very troublesome in this game. Aaron Rodgers hasn't quite had a handle on the clock so far, and not sure if it's a position or what the play call is coming in late.
3 receivers to the left. One of them, Metcalf, in motion left to right across the formation. Rodgers gets the snap, back to pass. Steps up, and Rodgers in trouble, and Rodgers is sacked. And it's Tuli Tuipulotu who comes up with his 8th sack of the season. And Rodgers kind of stepping up in the pocket and just not a lot of room there, collapsed around him. And the Steelers have another 3 and out.
And that was a tough one on Broderick Jones because Aaron felt the pressure coming from his right, so he tried to step up and to the left, and right there is where Tuipulotu made his inside move, so perfect timing on that sack, more so than anything else. It wasn't because Broderick Jones just got outright beat off the edge.
And the Chargers pass rush has been winning in this game thus far. Corliss Waitman, the boot to the right side of the field. It's short, taken by Darius Davis, slithers through the opening group, and then taken down by Roman Wilson. There is a penalty flag in the play. Wilson made the stop right around the 36-yard line. Illegal block, you think, Max?
I think it might be an illegal block in the back there. That's usually the area is thrown forward of where the tackle was made, so you wonder if somebody got pushed in the back on that one.
And the officials huddling right around the 35-yard line, far side of the field here. The Chargers moving right to left in front of us. Still no call, and now we
during the return, block in the back, number 58 of the receiving team. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. First down. Timeout.
So this will march the Chargers back inside the 25-yard line. And 8:39 remains in the third quarter from SoFi Stadium. Steelers football continues at the score of the Chargers 12, the Steelers 3. By the way,
Chargers fans, it's time to play a little game of high-low with our friends at Pechanga Resort Casino up here with today's contestant. This is Gus. Gus, have you played high-low before?
Hey, Dad, I gotta come clean about something.
Okay.
I only paid for a brand new Hyundai Tucson.
Oh, you might be on the naughty list.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends December 1st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
It's Max Starks for my friends at Clearview Federal Credit Union. Clearview is here to help you reach your financial goals and support our community every step of the way. This season, they're giving back through Touchdowns for Hope, donating $500 to Light of Life Rescue Mission for every Pittsburgh touchdown. That's just one way Clearview shows up for those who need it most. Visit clearviewfcu.org/touchdown to learn more and open an account today. That's clearviewfcu.org/touchdown.
Football is all about protection. Protect the ball, the QB, the lead. With Penny, PA's official health insurance marketplace, you can protect yourself with high-quality health coverage, so you're not blindsided by medical bills. It's open enrollment time for all Pennsylvanians to apply, shop, and enroll at penny.com. That's PENNIE.com. Deadline is December 15th. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
NFL fans, when it's time to get Steelers tickets, you can tackle game day with total certainty with Ticketmaster. With 100% verified tickets available all season long, you can count on getting in with ease and spend time focusing on the good stuff. Even if you're headed to the game last minute, you can still score seats. Want to meet up inside the stadium with your crew? Transferring your tickets is an easy handoff. So get those touchdown celebrations ready and score your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Steelers.
Your home for the Steelers. This is the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
8:39 remains in the third quarter. The two teams have exchanged punts here. 8:39 left in the quarter. Chargers moving right to left in front of us, have the ball at their own 23-yard line. I formation behind Herbert. Herbert gets the snap, play action pass, looking right, throws on a crossing pattern, has his man, and that is complete to Trey Harris out to the, I beg your pardon, that is McConkey out to the 40-yard line, and it's a first down for the Chargers.
Tough one. Had press at the top by James Pierre, and then, caught it in a triangle of guys. Jalen Ramsey, Patrick Queen, and Pierre all in the middle, and Justin Herbert just threaded the needle on that one to get it to McConkey for the first down.
Looked like the only guy out on the pattern. Kind of a max protect look there for Herbert, but it's a completion now, 1st and 10. As the snap and the fake on the reverse and the give to Vidal. Huge hole for Vidal off the right side, and Vidal picks up another first down. Back-to-back plays before Kyle Duggar can make the stop in Steelers territory, and Vidal continues to roll along, having an impressive game, and now Joey Porter is down at the end of this play.
And a lot of window dressing there. You see the jet orbit motion behind the quarterback in a reverse, almost like handoff motion, and then he spins back around and hands it off underneath. So a lot of eye candy and window dressing there on that play that confused the Steelers defense and allow for Vidal to break off that big play.
And Vidal's been very impressive. He wears number 30, and he reminds me a little bit of Jalen Warren in that he is not the tallest guy, and he runs hard, and he's hard to bring down. I mean, Jalen Warren's, I think, a more gifted runner, but Vidal's run hard, and he's put up good numbers for this Chargers team.
And, he just simply runs to where the hole is, so you don't need a lot of razzle-dazzle with it. He's a downhill runner, very similar to always falling forward, Jalen Warren. That is his nickname, AFF. But very similar approach. He's not going to give you any type of crazy cuts or any agility once he gets past the second level.
So don't forget that Slay is already out of the game, and now Joey Porter has been taken to the sideline, so the Steelers are going to have to do some mixing and matching here in the secondary.
Yeah, Jalen Ramsey now playing the outside receiver now, and now you've got Chuck Clark and Kyle Duggar in at the safety positions, and James Pierre at the other corner position.
And here's a give to Vidal, and once again, a big hole right up the middle of the field. And Vidal picks up 8 yards, crosses the 40 down to the 39-yard line. Just a straight dive right up the middle.
Once again, we talked about there's not a lot of razzle-dazzle with him, just right up the middle. Allow that offensive line to go vertical, not as much side-to-side motion. This is one where you're trying to get double team, work up to the backers type of play on the inside zone.
And we mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast, that is their strength right now. Center with Bozeman, the 2 guards, that is the strength of this offensive line.
Back to Zion Johnson, right? 2 first-rounders.
And here's a handoff left side. Oh, and Vidal is hammered by Herbig in the backfield. A loss back to the 41-yard line. Herbig ended that play in a hurry.
Ran away from the strength, right? That got bounced to the outside. Austin Decalis out there on the edge. Nick Herbig whips the block and makes the play in the backfield.
Yeah, nice job by Keanu Benton getting penetration and forcing that wide. Benton has played a good game as well. -2 on that carry. And so now a 3rd down and 4 for the Chargers. Herbert in the shotgun. Has 2 receivers to each side of the formation. Steelers showing 5-man rush. And that's what they'll bring. Herbert has it batted away at the line of scrimmage. Cam Hayward, what a knack he has. And that's a big one there to knock that down. And beautiful Cameron job. Dicker's going to come on to try a long field goal.
Just get in their way. That's the rule of the game. Get in their way, and Cam Hayward does it better than anybody. I mean, he's the Dikembe Mutombo of the turf field, as we would say. He just knows how to get right in that lane, distort the passing angle, and then knock the ball down.
So Cameron Dicker, who is the most accurate kicker in NFL history, is trying to match his career long with a 59-yarder. Long of the season is 55. This is a 59-yard attempt. Here's the boot by Dicker. It is up, and it is good. Had just enough. Crawled over the crossbar. And at the 6:07 mark of this 3rd quarter, the Chargers have added to their lead from SoFi Stadium. Steelers football continues with the score. The Chargers 15, the Steelers 3.
The black and gold faithful always travel well to see the team on the road. And now Caliente and DVE give you a chance to become a road warrior. We're teaming up to send 2 lucky fans to watch the black and gold take on Detroit on December 21st in the Motor City. The winner receives tickets, airfare, and hotel stay for 2, plus a Caliente gift card. From Caliente, 7-time World Pizza Champions, and now the official pizza of WDVE. Deadline to enter is November 30th. Register at any Caliente location or at dve.com.
This is Max Starks. On the field, my job was all about protection. Keeping Big Ben upright, blocking the rush, securing the win. At home, I trust Pella Windows of Pittsburgh for that same level of protection and quality. Pella Windows are built tough. Like Pittsburgh, they're energy efficient and they look great too. So when it's time to replace your windows, go with the team that knows how to protect. Call Pella Pittsburgh at 412-219-2291 or visit PellaPittsburgh.com and tell them Max sent you.
The Hep C Cure Squad is here for your protection. Cause if you are uncertain, my suggestion is get tested. The time is now, find your nearest local clinic. What's exquisite, if it's hard for you to travel, they do home visits. You're not alone, listen, they're here to help. You deserve to focus on your future well-being and health. This next line is tremendously important. You don't have to pay a dime, a single cent, or need insurance. Doc Hep C, I speak, screaming, yell it loudly. Don't you ever doubt me, come and get your cure from Central Outreach.
Hey, it's Brian Murphy, owner of Easy Home Exteriors. When it comes to roofing, I know you have options, but not all roofers are created equal. I'm local, I'm hands-on, and I'm never selling out to some private equity firm. This is my business, and I stand behind every roof we install. I use quality materials, have fair pricing, and we do the job right, without the pressure and without breaking the bank. If your roof needs attention, give me a call. No gimmicks, no games, just roofing done right. Call 412-678-7008 or visit EasyDidIt.com.
Listen after the game for the Mike Tomlin press conference on DVE.
A field goal increases the Chargers' lead over the Steelers to 15-3. Good news in terms of Joey Porter Jr. He came out and was examined in the blue tent. We saw Jalen Ramsey have to move to cornerback and Chuck Clark come in for safety. I'm told nothing to report on him, so he should be back out there with the defense. And Cam Hayward, some props to him. 64 passes defense, tied for the most by an active NFL defensive tackle. Rob.
Missy, thank you very much. And the Steelers needed that stop, right, to keep it to a 2-score game. Now they need some kind of spark, maybe something in the return game here. Line drive by Keyshawn Williams, taken at the 5-yard line, starts up the right side of the field, finds a little crevice. Flag comes in as he crosses the 30 and gets out to the 34. And this is usually not good news for the return team.
Now, I've already saw a hold pointed back against the Steelers, so they'll back them up. Might have been Jack Sawyer. Not sure who exactly else it could have been.
During the return, holding, return team number 37. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul.
Trey Sermon.
First down.
Trey Sermon.
That's tough because you had pretty good field position.
Yeah, nice
and now
return.
You don't. And it's going to be marched all the way back to the 18-yard line, set up on the right hash. Steelers have got to get this offense going. Held to 3 points, a ton of 3-and-outs in this game. Aaron Rodgers breaks the huddle. He has 2 tight ends to the right. Now Jonnu Smith will motion to the left. Metcalf split out to the left, and Austin to the right. Rodgers is under center. Washington in motion to the left. And the play action pass. Rodgers rolling to the right, throws, nothing there, and just skips it at the feet, incomplete to Jonnu Smith, and it will be 2nd and 10.
Yeah, Derwin James on the blitz off the edge. It's something that when I watch the film, Derwin James, he's more dangerous when he's around the line of scrimmage. When he's playing that 8th defender in and around the box. You don't count him as a known rusher, but you have to know where he is in those moments because he is a skilled and adept pass rusher. Now, in that moment, beat Darnell Washington, who came in motion and a wham motion around the edge to force that low throw by Rodgers.
Now a shotgun, 2 receivers to the left, Warren to the left of Rodgers in the shotgun. Now he motions to the right. Derwin James in the slot will back off. The pitch to Jalen Warren to the right makes one man miss, and another spins away, and here comes James crashing in to stop him right around the 20-yard line. So a minimal gain, a yard, maybe 2, and it's going to bring up a 3rd and long for the Steelers.
And Justin Aboigbe was the one who forced the cutback lane, jumped to the outside that forced Jalen Warren to cut back into the interior where all that pursuit is. You want to keep him wide so he had a better shot at having success. Can't turn back into the teeth of the defense and get many yards.
Steelers are 0 for 7 on 3rd down, facing a 3rd and 8. Rodgers in the shotgun has Warren to his right, and now a stop and a timeout on the field.
Timeout. Los Angeles Chargers. Their first. It's a 30-second timeout.
So each team has used a timeout here with 5:19 remaining in the 3rd quarter. Here's the latest NFL scores brought to you by Clearview Federal Credit Union. Financial advice is closer than you think. A couple of 44-22 scores. Not very common in the NFL.
All in the 4 o'clock hour.
Yeah, Seattle beat Arizona 44-22. Detroit beat Washington 44-22. And the Chargers on top of San Francisco 42-26. I beg your pardon, the Rams on top of the 49ers 42-26. Here the Chargers have held the Steelers to 3 points, and now a 3rd and 8. The Steelers have the ball at their own 20-yard line, looking for their first 3rd down conversion of the game. Gainwell to the right of Rodgers in the shotgun. Chargers showing 4-man pressure here. Snap. They'll bring 4. Rodgers back. Fires over the middle of the field. Contact at the 30-yard line. No flag as Derwin James and Metcalf got tangled up. Metcalf went down. The pass whistled by him, and the Steelers will punt it away again. 0 for 8 on 3rd down in this game.
And I'm watching this replay. Yeah, pressed up against him was Benjamin St. Juste. And Derwin James pushed DK Metcalf in the chest and knocked him down.
In the chest.
And the ref threw nothing.
In the chest. Coming out of his break.
That's ridiculous. That is a ridiculous no call by the referees.
That's a costly no call. And now a short punt to the left. Darius Davis calls for the fair catch at the 36-yard line of the Chargers. 5:09 remains in the 3rd quarter. From SoFi with the score of the Chargers 15, the Steelers 3. This is the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
At FNB, we rewrote the rules of banking and made getting everything you need a whole lot easier. Experience the one-of-a-kind e-store common app from FNB. Checking, savings, loans, credit cards. One application done in minutes. Just one common app for more than 40 business and consumer products. Can your bank do that? Didn't think so. Welcome to FNB. Let's get started at fnb-online.com. Loan subject to credit approval. FNB member FDIC.
For the last 48 years, Ford F-Series have been America's go-to trucks for moving mountains and also trailers, wood piles, and snow drifts. Work days and weekends, from the job site to the campsite. These trucks never stop working, just like you. That's what makes them America's best-selling trucks for 48 years. Ford F-150, official truck of the Pittsburgh Steelers and Pittsburgh's best-selling trucks.
Is your business looking for local and national health coverage? If you have more than 50 employees, UPMC Health Plan has something new for you. UPMC National Access. UPMC National Access gives employees access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, along with nationwide access through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network for the quality, affordable coverage that your company deserves, locally and nationally. Choose UPMC Health Plan.
Hey, Steelers fans. If the Steelers score 3 or more touchdowns, you score 2 on the BetMGM app. Download the app and claim a casino bonus when the Steelers score 3 or more touchdowns during the regular season. Don't miss your next casino bonus on BetMGM. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 and older to wager. PA and West Virginia only. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Football happens here. The Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
Third quarter, 5:09 remains at SoFi with the Chargers leading by the score of 15-3, and they're showing the replay here of this last play. And I don't know if they're going to say that's incidental contact.
No, that's blatant. No, that's not incidental. He came in and led and stopped and planted himself. Shoulder charged him. Like, what is that?
Yeah. We're obviously not hearing it. Rodgers thought it should have been a penalty. It wasn't. Here's the give to Vidal. He finds a hole off the left side. Patrick Queen makes the stop, but good surge, and he's going to pick up 6 yards out to the 42-yard line.
Let's go some quick numbers. Steelers offense. I know we're on defense right now. Only 4 first downs in the game for the Steelers offense. 5 3-and-out drives. Do not have more than 2 first downs in any drive so far, and 0 for 8 on third downs. That is why we see a 3-point margin in the Steelers' favor. And, down 15-3, you've got to change something here and start pushing the ball downfield.
Vidal starts right, cuts to the left, and he is swung down and dropped for a loss. Kyle Duggar comes up and drops him at the 39-yard line, so a loss of a couple is going to bring up a 3rd and 6.
It's a great job just weeding through the mesh, and Kyle Duggar does a great job playing off of the wide receivers there, releasing the block, and finds Vidal in the backfield.
Herbert in the shotgun. Gets the snap, back to pass, looking right, steps up, wants to run, has all kinds of room, sprints across midfield, and slides down inside the 45-yard line of the Steelers. So Steelers caught in man-to-man coverage. Herbert sees it, saw the crack, and picks up the first down.
And this is why he leads all QBs in rushing yards. Couldn't quite get off at Joey Porter following with the receiver on the deep drag route and has to turn around late. And he runs in between and then slides down. Plenty of yardage on that first down rush.
Longest run of the day here for the Chargers as the ball is taken out of the 45-yard line of the Steelers. Herbert under center, broken eye to the right. And the give to Vidal. He's going to try the left side, and flags come flying in as he's tripped up after a 2-yard pickup. That was Jared Patterson, actually, who had the carry. And hopefully this is coming back. Looks like it is on a hold.
Holding. Offense. Number 73. 10-yard penalty. First down.
Oh, Mekhi Becton getting called for the hold there. The right guard was injured last week and coming back into duty today to help this very decimated offensive line for the LA Chargers. Called on the hold there on the first down rush.
So 1st and 20, and the Steelers defense, look, they've done a yeoman's job in this game. They got to get the ball back to the offense here somehow. Maybe a turnover. That would be a nice thing for the
play
Steelers
to change the direction of this game.
Herbert under center. Gets a snap. Play action pass. Back looking left. Has a screen set up. And this is Fisk the big tight end. Fisk is tripped up by James Pierre as he gets back across the 50 to the 49 of the Steelers. A pickup of 7 on that first down play brings up a 2nd and 13.
Only second catch of the season for Tucker Fisk, and it's on this tight end delay screen. Good blocking out front for them. And, this is where you're just trying to figure out how can we get something going. We got to stop it. And the Chargers just trying some creative, different ways of getting the ball into different guys' hands because the Steelers are trying to key in on their known offensive skill guys.
Herbert in the shotgun, lifts the foot. Now gets a snap, back to pass, looking, steps up, and this time he's going to be wrestled down, and it's Highsmith who got him and dragged him down, and I believe that is going to be a second sack for Highsmith. He got him right around the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, I would say that's it. I mean, that's not a horse collar, because a horse collar is technically from behind, and there's no such thing as a reverse horse collar.
Right.
So
he got him by the collar and dragged him down.
Now they show the replay. They didn't want to show that DK
they didn't show that
PI one, but they want to show that replay. I got your number. He's like 4 doors down, the scoreboard guy.
So 3rd and 14, second sack for Highsmith in the game. Herbert gets the snap and throws a quick cross over the middle of the field. And Peyton Wilson makes the stop on Conklin. Gadsden out of the game and being examined, and that is a pickup down to the 37, and now the Chargers facing a situation. Do they want to go for it? No, they're going to want Dicker to kick it to go up here, and it still would keep it a 2-score game thanks to the 2-point conversion, but Dicker's going to try now from 55 yards. Already tied a career high with a 59-yarder. Coming into this game, his previous long had been 55. His only miss on the season had come from 49. Here's the snap. Here's the boot by Dicker. That kick is up, and that kick is no good. No good off the crossbar, and no good, or off the upright, I beg your pardon. Maybe this is the break the Steelers needed in this game.
Maybe lightning can strike in the Steelers' favor here after this. Great starting field position for this offense. And they're almost in the boss zone, so they just need to convert a little bit of yardage. But you need 7 here.
From SoFi Stadium, Steelers football continues with the score. The Chargers 15, the Steelers 3.
Ford F-Series, a name you'll remember. They're the best-selling trucks in America and the official truck of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Capable of towing, hauling, and being the MVP of your game day tailgate. They're here to help you score big. Go to neighborhoodfordstore.com and enter for a chance to win an F-150. You might just become the talk of Steelers Nation. F-Series, the best-selling trucks in Pittsburgh.
For an extraordinary advantage in sports, you need a game plan. For an extraordinary advantage everywhere else, all you need is Acrisure. With a high-tech human approach to insurance, cybersecurity, and more, Acrisure helps you take care of what you care about. That makes winning easy. See what Acrisure's extraordinary advantage can do for you at Acrisure.com.
I do pretty much everything on my phone. Shopping, socializing, even banking, which is why I love my Northwest Bank app. It features things like spending alerts to help keep my online purchases in check, security features to lock my debit card if it ever goes missing. Hey, it happens. And my favorite, early pay, which lets me get paid up to 2 days early. Yep, no more waiting till Friday to get paid for me.
For checking with all the digital tools you want, go to northwest.com. Member FDIC. Northwest Bank. For what's next.
Steelers fans expect a certain standard. That's true of the food they share on game day, too, which is why Giant Eagle is always part of the game plan. With fresh, high-quality food and everyday savings, it's easy to tailgate like a pro or feed the ravenous fans at home. For long touchdown runs and effortless grocery runs, Giant Eagle is here. Giant Eagle, official supermarket of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Your home for the Steelers. This is the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
Well, you can make a strong argument we have the 2 best kickers in the business, and we've seen long field goals converted, but we've seen field goals missed. Boswell missed from 45 yards in the first half, and here Dicker, the most accurate kicker in NFL history, hits the left upright from 55 yards. So the Steelers have the ball at the 45-yard line, their own 45-yard line, and in desperate need here of getting something going with only 45 seconds remaining here in the third quarter.
And both of these kickers have kicked from 59 and made them. That's the craziness of this game.
Jalen Warren is the lone setback behind Aaron Rodgers. 2 H-backs in at the tight end position, and Warren takes the snap and goes to the right, finds a big hole, cuts towards the outside, crosses the 45 down to the 44-yard line, and a pickup of, 12 yards or so? Yeah, down to the 44. We'll give him 11 yards, down to the 44 and a first down.
Yeah, knee hit at 11, ball hit at 12.
And they marked it at 11.
They marked it at 11 where the knee went down.
Warren is to the right of Rodgers in the shotgun. 18 seconds remaining here in the third quarter. Rodgers, the quick throw over the middle of the field, threads the needle into Freiermuth. And on the slant, he is down to the 35-yard line. So 2 quick plays. It's going to be a 2nd and 1 for the Steelers. When we continue, first, it's time to make the switch to the fourth quarter, brought to you by Northwest Bank. Explore checking that lets you get paid up to 2 days early. Northwest Bank for what's next. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. With a score, the Chargers 15, the Steelers 3. This is the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
I do pretty much everything on my phone. Shopping, socializing, even banking, which is why I love my Northwest Bank app. It features things like spending alerts to help keep my online purchases in check, security features to lock my debit card if it ever goes missing. Hey, it happens. And my favorite, early pay, which lets me get paid up to 2 days early. Yep, no more waiting till Friday to get paid for me.
For checking with all the digital tools you want, go to northwest.com. Member FDIC. Northwest Bank for what's next.
Ford F-Series, a name you'll remember. They're the best-selling trucks in America and the official truck of the Pittsburgh Steelers, capable of towing, hauling, and being the MVP of your game day tailgate. They're here to help you score big. Go to neighborhoodfordstore.com and enter for a chance to win an F-150. You might just become the talk of Steelers Nation. F-Series, the best-selling trucks in Pittsburgh.
Think you have what it takes to be a part of a passionate team in a thriving industry? 84 Lumber is immediately hiring for a variety of full-time positions at its southwestern PA locations. 84 Lumber knows their successes come from their people. They prioritize growth by making it easy to pave your own path within the company. They are proud to promote nearly 100% from within and help you create a career that you are proud of. Take the first step to building the career of your dreams by visiting 84lumber.com/careers to apply today.
Tractor trailers are some of the most dangerous vehicles on the road. There are federal rules for load sizes, driver's hours, and maintenance for a reason. When big rigs don't follow these rules, entire families can be torn apart. We have the talent and the resources to take on these large companies. Hopefully, through our work, families are being helped and trucking companies are getting the message about safety.
Bordis & Bordis, proud partner of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
We bleed black and gold. This is the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
The start of the fourth quarter is brought to you by Hyde Park. Thank you, Pittsburgh, for voting Hyde Park best steak in the city. Can't unsee some things, Max.
No, can't. Curdled milk out there. It's there. It's real. Just a quick update. Pittsburgh in the third quarter, 0-point score, 2 first downs, 1 on this current drive, 41 yards of offense, but Chargers only scored 3 points in that third quarter, so still alive.
Aaron Rodgers under center, 2nd and 1, ball at the 35-yard line of the Steelers in the first play of the fourth quarter. Snap, handoff, Warren right side, and Warren will pick up the first down. He is tackled by T.R. Tart. Remember, we saw Tart leaving the game earlier. He's back in, makes the stop there, but it's a first down for the Steelers. Down at about the 33-yard line.
Is that our first third down conversion?
That was second down.
Oh, second down. Yep. Dang it.
Yep.
Playing Canadian football rules here, but 71 in at the left guard, and Spencer Anderson is checked in as the jumbo tight end in this offensive play.
And he's joined as an H-back on the other side by Washington. Rodgers under center. Play action pass. Back looking, sets up the screen to the right. Warren evades one tackle, picks up a block, crosses the 20, inside the 15, and a pickup of 17 yards for Jalen Warren on the slip screen out to the right flat. And the Steelers are now entering the Hines red zone during Steelers season. It has to be Hines.
First trip into the red zone officially where a play can actually be ran. Remember last time they were right inside of it, then they got a holding penalty, right. So it voided it out, so they never made it back into that zone. So a great job. Spencer Anderson in there, threw a little smoke and mirrors to that defense.
Give him an 18-yard pickup. Rodgers under center, brings Austin in motion right now back to the left. Turns, gives to Jalen Warren straight up the middle of the field, and Warren will cross the 10 and get down just inside the 10-yard line. So a good pickup of about 4 on that first down run.
Just need to stay within sync. Great blocking by Zach Frazier and Andrus Peat to create that hole on the backside B gap. Flo came to the right. He cut back behind those two that were creating a little surge wall to get those 4 yards.
Steelers need a touchdown here. Trailing 15-3. Rodgers under center. Under 13 minutes remaining here in the fourth quarter. Warren the lone setback. Stronach in motion to the right. Rodgers pumps. Now rolls back to the right. Boy, he thought he saw a good matchup for Metcalf. And it looked like they had a run set up to the right, but just kind of wanted to pump it out quickly to the left. A hand got some pressure on him. Good coverage on Metcalf. And now it's third down.
Yeah, Aaron was trying to fake and run out to the left, but Broderick Jones just got shoved back. It was a jumbo defensive line three down look, and he just got pushed right back into Aaron Rodgers that couldn't carry out that fake and on the rollout to throw the screen.
And Bud Dupree stayed home and kind of got him a potential passing lane for Metcalf. So now Gainwell is checked in. He's to the left of Rodgers. Third down from the 10-yard line. Need to get down to the 4 for a first down. Rodgers back to pass. Looking, steps up, fires. Too high for Gainwell. Out on the left flat. Incomplete, under duress. Rodgers knocked down, and now the Steelers are going to go for it.
Yeah, Justin Aboigbe came in the face of Rodgers as he wanted to step into it, kind of threw it and spun around as he got knocked down. And the pressure of the Chargers at the last minute just absolutely too much. And Kenneth Gainwell was wide open, had Denzel Perryman in him in coverage, but just sailed the ball over his head. Again, that's the 4th overthrow by Aaron Rodgers. And granted, pressure was in his face, so it wasn't like he delivered that completely free and clear.
5 on the play clock. Rodgers has 3 receivers to the left. Motions Freiermuth back in, then back out again. Gets a snap. Back to pass. Lofts to the right. Back of the end zone. Incomplete. No flag on Hart in coverage on Metcalf, and the Steelers will turn it over on downs. And from SoFi Stadium, 12:40 remains in the fourth quarter. Steelers football continues with the score. The Chargers 15, the Steelers 3.
Hey Pittsburgh, this is Will Howard with the Pittsburgh Steelers. I know what teamwork and a winning tradition are all about, and so does the team at Calusi Chevrolet. Having been in business for over 107 years, they know what it takes to keep customers coming back year after year. Things like great pricing, great selection, and great service after the sale. So take it from me, Will Howard. There's never been a better time to buy or better dealer to buy from. Calusi Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Where the average Joe can buy like a pro. CGR Wholesale.
Tackle any project when you buy from CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply Center. They'll put together a game plan that's a winner every time you need materials for your project. And their new showroom is now open. Stop in and check it out and see everything you need in person. Provia Siding, Owens Corning Shingles, Trex and TimberTech Decking, and much more. They'll help you get to the red zone of your project every time. Check them out online at CGRWholesaleRoofing.com.
Rob King here, introducing the Wolfley 73 at Caliente Pizza and Draft House. A bold pizza built in honor of Steelers legend Craig Wolfley. And 73% of every sale goes to Light of Life Rescue Mission. Caliente, the official pizza of WDVE. Eat good, do good, just like Craig.
You see the skyline, you drive over the bridges. We built that. Ironworkers Local Union Number 3 isn't just a job, it's a legacy. And you can start as early as this fall. Now's your chance to join the apprenticeship program and learn from the best in the business. Earn while you train, build what matters. Take pride in every beam and bolt. Starting wages over $27 with great benefits. Visit IWLocal3.com. That's IWLocal3.com and apply now before time runs out.
For more than 65 years, Schneider Downs has provided a full spectrum of business consulting solutions to the Western Pennsylvania region. Tax and accounting, digital solutions and cybersecurity, risk management and advisory. Learn about big thinking with a personal focus at SchneiderDowns.com.
Listen after the game for the Mike Tomlin press conference on DVE.
We now pause for station identification on the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
We'll talk about this game starting tomorrow with the DVE Morning Show. Then, all week, we get you ready for the next game on your radio home of the Steelers, WDVE, Pittsburgh.
12:41 remains in the fourth quarter. The Steelers trying to capitalize on a missed Cameron Dicker 55-yard field goal, marched it down to the 10-yard line of the Chargers, but turned it over on down. So the Chargers moving left to right in front of us at the 12:41 mark, enjoying a 15-3 lead. Have possession. It's Herbert in the shotgun. He has Vidal to his left. Herbert gets a snap, throws out quickly to the right, and it is to Johnson, and he steps out of a tackle, swings inside, then back up the sideline, and gets out to the 25-yard line before he is knocked out of bounds. And so a nice 15-yard pickup for the Chargers to get them out from, as they say, the shadow of their own end zone.
And just a bad angle by James Beard, tried to jump inside on that route and tried to make a play, and got a stiff arm by Johnston to knock him down before evading a couple of other tacklers before going out of bounds.
Mark it at the 25-yard line, first down, ball on the right hash, clock moving. We're at 12 minutes now remaining here in this fourth quarter. Herbert gets the snap, will give to Vidal. Vidal heading left, and he is going to be stood up, but not until he gets through a hole and picks up about 4 yards as Jalen Ramsey came up to make the stop with Queen and Highsmith and others, but a 4-yard pickup here on first down.
Yeah, solid pickup. Not what you want to see. Guys getting pushed backwards. Derek Harmon in there in the middle. They're able to create a surge enough to get positive yards and stay on track. Need to see something from the Steelers defense. I need an explosive play from them. You hate to say, hey, I need an interception, but right now, I need an interception. I need a turnover of some sort.
Yeah, 2nd and 6 as Allen goes in motion left to right. 2 receivers split out wide to the right, 2 receivers to the left. Vidal to the left of Herbert, who gets a snap in the shotgun. Now Herbert rolling out to the right, looking, throws, and will just whisks it into the Chargers bench, incomplete, as nobody was open. It'll bring up a third down now.
Yeah, intended receiver was Keenan Allen on that play. And like I say, nice tight coverage by Brandon Echols on that play to not give Allen an option to go and catch that ball.
I think the intended receiver was the water boy on the sideline. He just threw that one away. So great job by Echols down there.
Yeah, great job. Might have been a trainer with the extra towel. I don't know.
Hey, listen, now's the time, right? 3rd and 6. Steelers need to get the ball back here.
Something amazing.
Herbert gets the snap. Steelers bringing the house on a blitz. Herbert steps back, throws, and complete to McConkey. Steps away from the tackle, racing down the left sideline. Ramsey in pursuit, stops, cuts back. Ramsey finally hauls him down and slings him to the turf at the 13-yard line. Great throw by Herbert. Just a perfect throw to McConkey. He heads up the left sideline and picks up a back-breaking huge gain here for the Chargers.
I need to be more specific when I ask for something, Rob. Apparently saying I need something amazing to happen, I need to also justify what team it is that needs to have something amazing happen. That's not the amazing I was hoping for.
No.
And Ladd McConkey just makes everyone pay down the field for a huge gain, and you're well within the red zone area for the Chargers.
58-yard gain down to the 13. Hand to Vidal. Vidal bounces it out to the left, squares his shoulders up the left sideline. He is knocked out of bounds finally inside the 5, down close to first down yardage. And let's see what they're going to say here. It's marked at the 3, and that is a first down. It's going to be 1st and goal from there after the 10-yard pickup.
Man, this is tough. Change of action and change of pace. You need something for the Steelers, man.
You pretty much you've got to stop him here and hold him to a field goal.
Yeah, you have to. I mean,
and the ball's at the 2-yard
time is of
line.
the essence.
Yeah, ball at the 2. Motion man is fist right to left. Vidal in the shotgun next to Herbert. Gets the handoff going left. Has a hole off the left side, and he's into the end zone for the score. And the Chargers have now made this a 3-score game.
That is 18 rushes for 90 yards and a touchdown for Kamani Vidal. He's not the 100-yard mark, but gets into the end zone, and you are in desperate gotta-have-it mode now, going down 3 scores in this ball game.
Yep, only 2 timeouts remaining. Keep that in mind as well. Dicker on to try the extra point, and Dicker's kick is up, and Dicker's kick is good. 9:26 remains, fourth quarter with the score. The Chargers 22, the Steelers 3. This is the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
Confluence Financial Partners provides financial guidance that balances living fully today, preparing confidently for tomorrow, and securing what matters most. As your partner in wealth management and a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Steelers, they act as the quarterback of your financial plan, helping you navigate life's transitions and milestones. Your legacy deserves more than a plan. It deserves a partner. Discover how Confluence Financial Partners can help you build yours at confluencefp.com.
Starting a home improvement project? Essential Utilities reminds you, before you build a deck, plant a tree, or put up a fence, call 811. Professionals from underground utilities like Peoples will mark your lines so you can dig safely. Whether you're doing the work yourself or hiring a professional, calling 811 is free for homeowners. And it's the law. Call 811 3 days before you dig to keep you and your family safe. Peoples, an Essential Utilities company.
In Pittsburgh, toughness isn't just on the field, it's in our DNA. At U.S. Steel, we've been making American-made steel for nearly 125 years. Strong, resilient, and built to perform under pressure. From stadiums and skyscrapers to the cars and appliances you count on every day, our steel powers progress. Proudly forged in the heart of steel country, U.S. Steel is built for what's next, because in Pittsburgh, we know what it takes to win. U.S. Steel, American-made, Pittsburgh proud.
At FNB, we rewrote the rules of banking and made getting everything you need a whole lot easier. Experience the one-of-a-kind eStore Common app from FNB. Checking, savings, loans, credit cards. One application done in minutes. Just one common app for more than 40 business and consumer products. Can your bank do that? Didn't think so. Welcome to FNB. Let's get started at fnb-online.com. Loan subject to credit approval. FNB member FDIC.
Steelers football happens here. The Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
Well, the Steelers' failed fourth down conversion was the Northwest switch of possession play. Listen to Michelle Michaels tomorrow for the cue to call in. Tell her the Northwest Bank switch of possession play and win a $100 Visa gift card, courtesy of Northwest Bank, the team that brings you expert advice right in your own neighborhood. Go to northwest.com, Northwest Bank, for what's next. What's next for the Steelers, man? Max, they need quick scores, and they need something to happen here. A return, a pick six, something outside of the ordinary now. There's not enough time for anything else.
Vertical passing game has to be key. You're going to have to press this ball. Hate to say it, you need to bring in 3 wide receivers, right? You're going to have to put in DK Metcalf, Calvin Austin, Roman Wilson to get the vertical passing game going in this contest, because that's something that's been lacking for this entire game. And we might have had something good there.
Gainwell kind of weaving his way through, dropped the ball on the kickoff, and then kind of stumbled his way, weaving serpentine out to about the 38-yard line. So let's see where they mark it here officially. It looks like they're going to mark it back at the 37. Whether it's an onside kick or a pick six or a big play, something's got to happen here for the Steelers. Maybe a long one right here.
You got to end in the end zone on this drive. You have to end in the end zone and not the ball sailing through the uprights to get in that end zone.
Right, 36-yard kick return there by Kenneth Gainwell, ties his longest return of the year. Rodgers in the shotgun, back to pass, looking right, fires underneath. It's complete to Metcalf out to the 41-yard line, and the Steelers are going to go hurry up here. Metcalf waiting for the referee, hands in the ball. A pickup of 5 yards. Rodgers communicating with his team, certainly muddle huddle sort of. As Gainwell to his right, Rodgers now wants him to drift out further to the right. So it's an empty set look here for Rodgers. Gets the snap, back to pass, looking left, doesn't like it, comes back right, fires up the sideline, and incomplete, and now a flag comes in the area where you normally expect defensive holding?
Defensive holding. Don't think it was a PI, but I think it definitely was a defensive holding or illegal contact.
Holding. Defense number 20. 5-yard penalty. Automatic. First down.
It's on Cam Hart. That's a first down, as you heard Brad Rogers, the referee, say. So clock stops with 8:48 remaining. Ball's going to be marked at the 46-yard line.
Need something a little more vertical here.
Hart just gave him a little bit of a shove there. Still like that call back on the opening drive.
That PI would have been so nice to have had.
1st and 10, ball at the 47-yard line officially of the Steelers. Empty set for Rodgers. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Rodgers gets a snap back, looks left, has Calvin Austin right through his hands and picked off by Dante Jackson. Jackson heading up the right sideline, steps out of bounds. Calvin Austin had all kinds of room had he hung on, slipped through his fingers. Another interception, and the Chargers have the ball in Steelers territory.
Man, I don't want to say it's negative. We were asking, we have to be more specific when we say what's happening. But Calvin Austin, once again, the intended target. And even though this one wasn't overthrown, this was hit right in the breadbasket for Calvin Austin. He needed to catch that ball, but the ricochet just goes right up in the air. And, of course, former Steeler Dante Jackson on the receiving end for the Chargers in that play.
Boy, that would have been a big gainer for Austin. He had all kinds of room. They ran a clear-out route, and he had the middle of the field wide open. I'm not saying he would have scored a touchdown, but he would have been a 20-yard
play that we needed.
And now the motion back to an I formation, and Vidal gets it and heads off right guard, corralled there by Harmon and dragged backwards with some help by Benton and others. Nice to see Benton back in the game.
Yeah, nice to see Keanu Benton back in this game. I have a feeling that the Chargers are now trying to get Kamani Vidal over 100 yards rushing in this game right now, sitting at 93 yards on 19 carries.
That was a 3-yard pickup on that one. Brings up a 2nd and 7 with the ball at the Steelers' 36-yard line. And as you would expect, the Chargers taking their time getting out of the huddle. Herbert under center once again, has Vidal behind him. He brings him in motion. Johnson left to right. Gives to Vidal off the left side, and he cuts back toward the middle of the field. Is hit there by Patrick Queen right as he gets to the line of scrimmage. Might have lunged forward for a pickup of a yard or so to the 35. It's going to bring up a 3rd and 6.
And this is just tough sledding here. Chewing up clock is the Chargers offense. Just trying to wear the clock down in this moment. Under 7.5 minutes left to go. Kind of been a microcosm of the Steelers today. I mean, the most glaring stat, though, 0 for 8 on 3rd downs. 0 for 9, sorry, I apologize. 0 for 9 on the day on 3rd downs and just not able to get anything going. That's what kills drives more so than anything, lack of conversions.
Herbert pitches to the left of Vidal, and the whole left side collapses. Vidal gets around the corner, gets down to the 25, but there is a flag and a hold, and that's why that left side collapsed.
It did.
Holding. Offense number 77. 10-yard penalty. 3rd down.
And that penalty goes against Zion Johnson. Zion got collapsed. I think he just pulled the D lineman with him as he got pancaked on the play. And, on Peyton Wilson. Kind of pulled him down as he got nailed on that play. Hence why Kamani Vidal was able to skirt out to the outside.
Well, you don't want a field goal here either if you're the Steelers, because now, look, we're still counting up the points and hoping he can find a way to get back in this. You don't want to have to score 3 touchdowns and a 2-point conversion.
Yeah, so it's a tough sledding in this moment.
It's tough either way. As Herbert in the shotgun now, as Vidal to his right. Gets the snap. Back to pass. Looking left, looks back to the right, tries to step up, and he's going to be sacked. T.J. Watt gets him right around midfield, so the Steelers come up with another sack, and the Steelers will use a timeout here.
5th sack on the day for the Steelers defense, matching their total from a week ago against the Colts. Of course, different result here because no turnovers, whereas they had 6 a week ago, and that has been one of the big problems, that you haven't been able to turn them over, and it hasn't been frequent enough in the big play moments to get the stop for this team. And offense has not done anything to help this. And so you look at the time of possession in this game, severely slanted. 32-57 time of possession for the Chargers. We still have 6.5 minutes left to go to 20 minutes and 28 seconds. And that is not winning football right now for this team. I mean, average gains 3.7 yards per play for the Steelers versus 5.0 average yardage gained on a single play for the Chargers.
Defense has done a nice job. Those are good defensive numbers other than the time of possession, but time of possession is because of the offense.
Yeah.
All the 3 and outs.
And 2 turnovers.
They use 2 turnovers as well. They use a timeout here to stop the clock with 6:35 remaining. Scott back in punt formation. Gets the snap and boots it away. And it's going to be a fair catch called for. Oh, my goodness, and it's muffed by Keyshawn Williams, and it's picked up by the Chargers. And so a special team mistake adding to the woes. And the Chargers will have the ball at the 21-yard line of the Steelers.
3rd turnover for the Steelers tonight.
Delshon Phillips is the one who recovers it for the Chargers. And this has been a messy game.
Very sloppy. And Steelers were looking for their first win in prime time this season. And that looks like that is going to extend potentially unless something good happens in the Steelers' favor. See what I did there? I had to make sure that I said it for the Steelers, not against the Steelers. If you're going to be in the wishing tree category right now, which is where we are.
Well, you can just imagine what the Chargers are going to do here. Just try to run the ball. 6:25 remains.
Kill clock, kill clock.
Steelers only have 1 timeout remaining. You would imagine they would just be satisfied with doing just that, Max. Just kill the clock here.
Run clock down. Kamani Vidal still searching for that 100 yards, about 6 yards shy on 20 carries. I imagine he's going to get a heavy dose here, at least on the first 2 downs.
He's the lone setback. Fisk motions, it's a broken eye to the right. And Vidal gets a handoff, and Vidal is hit, and he is going to go backward as Cam Hayward comes in and wrestles him to the ground for a loss of a couple.
So Steelers knowing what the intentions are of the Chargers and taking advantage here on first down. Doesn't matter what you do on first down. Got to follow it up with 2nd and 3rd down efforts because the Chargers have been good on 2nd down and started to get some momentum on 3rd down. So you want to keep them as depressed as possible for these next 2 plays.
Under 6 minutes remaining here. It's a 4-yard loss all the way back to the 25-yard line. I formation, Matlock now crabbing to the left in motion, and the handoff and the give to Vidal off the left side. Penetration once again by Cam Hayward, stopped by Malik Harrison. Another loss in the play, back to the 26. So pretty soon Vidal's going to be under 90 here in the rushing category. He's moving in the wrong direction.
Yeah, he is going to drop below 90. He was at 90 before the start of that play. So 22nd rush on the day for Kamani Vidal. And Steelers once again holding up at this moment. Now you just got to stop him on 3rd down. You hate to say it, force them into a kick situation. I mean, there's no way to avoid the kick on 4th down, but don't let them get any positive yardage here on this play.
3rd and 16. Herbert gives to Vidal again. Bounces to the left, and Vidal will find a little bit of room inside the 25, down to the 24, and the Steelers will use their 3rd and final timeout at the 4:58 mark here of this 4th quarter.
Pittsburgh, their 3rd. It's a 30-second timeout.
30-second timeout, and Cameron Dicker will trot out there and kick it away. And if you're the Chargers, I mean, look, you got a muff punt. You did exactly what you wanted to do. You made the Steelers use their final timeout. You have a chance to kick a field goal here to go up by 22 points.
And this is a Chargers team that coming into this game averaged 23.9 points a game. So a little bit better than their average in this contest with the ensuing kick if Dicker makes it. But Steelers coming in, 25.3, well below the average. You know this is going to knock down the offensive performance after this contest, no matter what happens.
42-yard attempt here by Dicker. Here's the snap. Here's the hold. Here's the kick. That kick is up, and that kick is good at the 4:54 mark of the fourth quarter. So we're going to take a break here at SoFi Stadium. Steelers football continues to score. The Chargers 25, the Steelers 3. This is the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
Steelers fans expect a certain standard. That's true of the food they share on game day, too, which is why Giant Eagle is always part of the game plan. With fresh, high-quality food and everyday savings, it's easy to tailgate like a pro or feed the ravenous fans at home. For long touchdown runs and effortless grocery runs, Giant Eagle is here. Giant Eagle, official supermarket of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Hi, Western Pennsylvania. This is Edgar Snyder. I want to thank you for over 40 years of trusting my law firm. During those years, we've helped thousands of people just like you, our neighbors. We're here for you. We're here for our community. We're here for our region. If you've been seriously hurt in an accident, you need to talk to a lawyer, even if it's not us. If you do call us, know that you'll have the firm with over 40 years of experience fighting to get the money you deserve. And of course, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
NFL fans, when it's time to get Steelers tickets, you can tackle game day with total certainty with Ticketmaster. With 100% verified tickets available all season long, you can count on getting in with ease and spend time focusing on the good stuff. Even if you're headed to the game last minute, you can still score seats. Want to meet up inside the stadium with your crew? Transferring your tickets is an easy handoff. So get those touchdown celebrations ready and score your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Steelers.
Steelers fans, your team is a powerhouse. Are you ready for another great game here in the Steel City?
Absolutely. And let's take a minute to talk about the other powerhouse in town. Been the best for 48 years straight. Got the grit and strength to take on anything. It's an MVP here in Pittsburgh.
Ford F-Series.
Best-selling trucks in Pittsburgh and in America. Now, how about that young duo on offense?
That's the next powerhouse on our radar.
F-150, the official truck of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
We bleed black and gold. This is the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
At SoFi Stadium, Cameron Dicker with a field goal. Crowd has thinned, to say the least. A lot of Steelers fans here. We're hoping they're going to be at the end, waving the towel and celebrating a victory, but instead a few Chargers fans remain. Most of those wearing black and gold have filed out. There's still a few remaining here. Still see some black and gold. Still looking for something to cheer about.
Faithful guys, and just in case we were wondering, Aaron Rodgers. This is, previous lowest quarterback rating of 34.3, which occurred 11 years ago, 2014, against Buffalo on December 14th. Tonight, 19.5 rating. So new low for him in his quarterback rating. Under 100 yards passing for Aaron as it stands right now.
Dicker just boots it into the end zone. They don't want to look. Again, we're playing along with them too.
Yeah,
they don't want to give up a long kickoff return and give the Steelers any kind of spark. They're going to make them march the ball down the field here, 65 yards. So they boot it into the end zone, does Dicker, and the Steelers will have it at the 35-yard line, moving right to left in front of us. Rodgers remains in the game with Gainwell to his right. Two receivers split to each side. Rodgers snap back, throws underneath. It is complete, and it's Calvin Austin after the 41-yard line, pickup of 6. Steelers, of course, going hurry up here.
Yeah, hurry up moment. You got to get on the line. I know it's a muddle, but 2-minute drill is of a premium, and I need to see some vertical pass game. Maybe soften them up a little bit, but Chargers still sitting in a too high cover 2 look here.
And the Rodgers throw out to the left by Freiermuth, shakes off a tackle, heads down the left sideline, and gets inside Chargers territory down to the 44. Just bowled his way through and picks up good yardage, and the Steelers will have a first down in Chargers territory before Elijah Molden can make the stop.
Come on, get on the line, get set, guys. We got a lot of plays to go.
4:07 and counting remaining as Rodgers gets a snap. Back to pass, pump fakes and throws out to the left. Incomplete. And refs looking around. Do they want to throw an intentional grounding here? Nope, they're going to say incomplete. Chargers sideline all motioning, that sideways where you bring the arms down from your right to your left, saying, hey, this should be intentional grounding. They're all getting together here. Flags remain in pockets.
Grounding. The quarterback was being hit as he threw the ball. It's second down.
As I play, watching the replay, everything compressed around him, and that ball went a little sideways.
Yeah, I mean that was. I guess they can't. They want to try to take the official deciding whether there was intent.
Yeah.
But
so they went by letter of the law there.
If that was the other way around, we wouldn't be happy. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
4:03 clock stop. Ball at the 44-yard line of the Chargers. Rodgers gets a snap. Back looking, throws out to the right to Calvin Austin on the out pattern, and it's incomplete. Didn't drag the feet, and so it'll be 3rd and 10.
And maybe that was a makeup for the no call on DK Metcalf, but I would have rather had that DK Metcalf call than this intentional grounding.
Again, you look at the handful of plays that could have swung this game one way or the other.
2 of them involved DK Metcalf.
Yep. That's right. The overthrow in the first half, and then that non-call here to begin the second half when the Steelers are trying to get something going offensively. Now 3rd and 10. Rodgers empties the set. Gestures with his right hand. Chargers bring 4. Rodgers back, throws to Metcalf on an out pattern, and to the left side of the field. Metcalf will pick up a first down down at the 33-yard line with Cam Hart and trail coverage, pickup of 11, and so Tresh set it down to the clock stopped at the 3:55 mark, and the Steelers trying to move again here swiftly.
First 3rd down conversion of the day, 1 of 10, so a 10% conversion rate on the game.
That's not what you're looking for, clearly. Rodgers moves Metcalf out into the left flat area, so empty set, 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left, including Metcalf as the snap comes, and the throw out to Metcalf in the left flat, and he makes the grab, but they're going to keep the clock moving even though he got out of bounds at the 31. 2-yard pickup, 2nd and 8.
Yeah, it's Kenneth Gainwell, nice catch on the flare route there to get a couple of yards, but not enough.
I beg your pardon, that was the Gainwell. I think I said Metcalf. That was the Gainwell.
Well, he has a 4 in his number, so you weren't that far off.
And the throw to Jonnu Smith in the short left flat, and he's tackled in bounds. Ball down to the 27-yard line. Clock still moving. 3:21, 3:20 and counting. Another 3rd down opportunity here for the Steelers. 3rd and 4. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Gainwell to the left of Rodgers in the shotgun. Chargers showing 4-man rush. That's what they'll bring. Rodgers back, throws right, crossing pattern. This is complete, and Roman Wilson scurrying into the end zone straight up the middle of the field when he caught that slant to the right and zips in for his 2nd touchdown of the year.
And that looked like the Lab McConkey touchdown at the end of the first half. Similar thing, working on the right side slot. They're running a soft zone. He splits in between the dropping linebacker and the safety and just makes a nice move in that moment. It was a great job by him running. It was a clear out to the right, which was nice.
So Boswell will come on to try the extra point to cut it to a 15-point lead. And here's the kick, and that kick is up, and that kick is good. So now, well, you're going to need 2 onside kicks, Max. Not just 1, you're going to need 2.
So you're saying I need 2 miracles, not just 1 miracle?
Yep. One miracle left the train station about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I mean, if you go for 3 miracles, you get sainted at that point.
Uh-huh.
And
the 3rd miracle would be maybe the 2-point conversion after the second touchdown.
There we go. Yeah, there we go. So we do have 3 miracles in play.
Yeah. Bob Weir had a song called I Need a Miracle, but that's San Francisco. We're a little south of that here in L.A.
Yeah, a SoCal miracle.
Yeah, we need a miracle here, Max.
Need it. Declared onside kick. Here we go to old school rules here. Ladies and germs, this is what it's going to be as we see another onside kick attempt in the Steelers season. This time, the Steelers committing it versus the opponents trying to run those onside kicks.
Justin Herbert is warming up on the sideline. This must be part of the routine, right? He's throwing the ball. I cannot imagine any scenario in which he would throw a ball. at this point of the game.
Yeah, there's no way I would see that. But unless it's a 3rd and long, right? That's the only way you do it at that point. Because you still got the 2-minute warning in play if they get it. So he might have to throw it once.
So I'm on the radio. I'm shrugging as Max is saying this. So you can't see that on the radio.
Can't see it. I could feel it, though. I felt the shrug and the dramatic pause.
Yeah. So Boswell here aiming as if he's going to kick it to the right. Remember, you have to have 5 guys lined up on each side. Here's the boot, the little squib. It comes and bounces straight up into the hands of Keenan Allen.
Never quite gets the bounce that you normally expect. Usually a dribble and then you get a big kick-up bounce. Didn't get it that time.
Ricochet off a shoulder or off some hands or something. Instead, with 2:56 remaining, and the Chargers enjoying a 25-10 lead.
I mean, that ball looked similar to when I'm trying to usually use my pitching wedge. About 90 out, trying to get that ball in the air, and then it becomes a worm burner.
Yeah, yep. The ball at the 49-yard line, and Herbert is in the shotgun with Vidal to his right. Motion man, and he's going to give it on the little shovel pass, and this is Keenan Allen, and Allen will burst through a hole and get down to about the 42-yard line of the Steelers.
And I wonder if that was some milestone set by Keenan Allen.
It was a reception.
Yeah,
so he's the all-time Chargers franchise reception leader on that little shovel pass. So again, to set the scene for you here, there's about 35,000 fans left cheering for that, and I might be being generous right now.
Yeah, you might be generous. A lot of open seats. I see a lot of black and gold jerseys heading for the exit.
His teammates are loving it, right? His teammates are loving it. He's the fastest ever to 1,000 receptions in NFL history.
So I will put this out there. He was my once teammate as a rookie when I came to the then San Diego Chargers. So congratulations to Keenan.
Well, now it's time for the 2-minute warning brought to you by Giant Eagle. Giant Eagle is proud to bring freshness, quality, and value to Steelers Nation. Visit your neighborhood store or order online with curbside pickup and delivery. And Max, we'll get to this in the post-game show. It'll be interesting to hear Mike Tomlin's post-game press conference comments, but this was the offense never got going against this Chargers defense.
Yeah,
and you look at some of them. I'm like, Jalen Warren, 14 rushes, 70 yards. That's 5 yards a carry. You'll take that, but the passing game was just never in sync.
It never complemented the rushing game,
right?
To allow it to go even flourish.
Right. Yep.
And I think we're talking about 1 third down conversion in the entire ball game. It just came on that last drive. And second trip into the red zone. It wasn't even in the red zone. They threw the touchdown outside the red zone. So 0 for 1 in the red zone. You got to have it inside the 5 or inside the 10. Convert that, kind of like last week in that second drive after the muff punt. But no turnovers to 3 turnovers. That's a tough one to overcome there. And you're talking about -3 in this game. And the Steelers, second time this happened, we had plus, -2 or more, and that's been the difference. And you talk about Steelers losses.
2nd and 3, Herbert in the shotgun gives to Vidal, sweeping left. He's going to cut back. He's going to be dropped, and that's Keanu Benton with a tackle for loss back at the 44-yard line. So a 1-yard loss on the play will bring up a 3rd down. And again, the clock rolling. Steelers can't stop it. They've used all 3 of their timeouts. 143, 142, 141. It's 3rd down here for Herbert. Once again, he was warming up that arm, but I would be extremely surprised if he threw the ball here.
I would be too on 3rd and 5 here. Figure you got maybe. I don't think you're going to run another jet sweep in that motion.
I wouldn't think so.
But I think it's more traditional. Just hand it off and let Kamani Vidal batter his way up front.
Herbert under center gets a snap, gives it to Vidal, who's sweeping left and looking for a little room, and cuts back and is going to have enough for a 1st down. Boy, if you're an offense, it's academic at this point, but you've been an offensive lineman in that situation, Max, and you want to be able to close it out like that and just go into the victory formation, which is what's going to happen. Done. 1 more snap, and that's it.
Yeah, you let this go below 40 seconds and snap it any time before that. And, game in hand, and a very astounding victory for the LA Chargers, an astounding defeat for the Steelers.
And that's it. They do take the knee. And each team now moving toward the middle of the field as Herbert takes the ball underhand and slings it toward the sideline. Now the teams congratulating each other as they move out to the middle of the field. Still 23 seconds left, but this game is over. It's the end of the game with the final score, the Chargers 25, the Steelers 10. Brought to you by your neighborhood Ford store. The F-150 is the official truck of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Stay tuned for Steelers' first reaction and the Mike Tomlin post-game press conference. You're listening to the Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network.
The Pittsburgh Steelers Audio Network proudly presents Steelers Football 2025. Brought to you in part by 84 Lumber, a dynasty partner of the Pittsburgh Steelers. By Calusi Chevrolet, serving the Pittsburgh area for over 106 years. By Always Safe Flagging and Traffic Control, making traffic safe again. Call 412-301-2300 or visit us online at awsafe.net for a quote today. By Bordas & Bordas, fighting for justice. By Caliente Pizza and Draft House, 7-time World Pizza Champions. Order today at worldsbestpizza.com. By Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. By CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply Center, where the average Joe can buy like a pro. By Gateway Clippers Shuttle Service, the best way to a Steelers game. By South Hills Kia. South Hills Kia has the ride at a price you love. By Confluence Financial, your team for wealth management and proud partner of the Pittsburgh Steelers, ConfluenceFP.com. By Pennsylvania One Call System, call 811 before you dig. And by Columbia Gas, programs available to help eligible customers with energy bills. We are here to help.
Well, the Steelers had some momentum coming into this game. They snapped the 2-game losing streak last week, defeating once beaten Indianapolis at home in somewhat convincing fashion. They come out here to L.A. and in a game in which the Chargers, 6-3, they needed to win this game, get to a bye, and hopefully get some of their injured bodies healthy. The Steelers trying to take advantage of that, just couldn't, especially on the offensive end as they lose 25-10. Disappointing loss for sure for the Steelers, who now drop to 5-4, just a game ahead of the Ravens in the AFC North as we head downstairs to Missy Matthews. Missy?
Well, guys, we'll start with something kind of nice. Bud Dupree, definitely one of the guys that everybody from the Steelers organization is going over. Him and Cam Hayward are currently exchanging their jerseys. But you just think about what could have been. The interception that could have been for Joey Porter earlier in the game, what that would have potentially done. You've been over so many of the different things involving DK Metcalf throughout the game. But then I did what I shouldn't have done, and I took a look at the AFC North standings. And right now, the Steelers 5-4. The Ravens won today. They're 4-5, just a game behind. The Bengals 3-6. The Browns 2-7. And you know the Ravens play the Browns next week. The Steelers obviously play Cincinnati. So it's just not what you want it to be, especially with a Sunday night game. You know, you knew that what this would mean for you, and the Chargers obviously knew what it meant for them too. So unfortunately not ending the way that anybody wanted as we prepare to head back to the East Coast.